I need an AV guy. Oh my goodness. It's trade deadline day. This has been a surprisingly active trade deadline. If you are in the chat, I will try to respond to your comments, assuming StreamYard is working. Hello to Hockey Nation Live fans and everyone that's following on Pucks and Dreams. I have been negligent this year, I will admit, on streaming. Coach Frenchie, though, Marco, the other Marco, and our friend Enertap have been awesome, going on every day like the workmen that they are. I love it. Coach Frenchie in Thailand saying he loves the weather there. He says it is hot. So I've been following all his videos. Thanks for watching. If you've been following along, there's been a flurry of moves. What do you think of all these trades? So I think the hottest one and the biggest one that everybody's been waiting for that shoe to drop was Jake Guentzel. And there was obviously a lot of rumors about where he would go, and a lot of people were kind of coveting him. Point of game player, Stanley Cup winner, very underrated, smaller player with big time goal scoring and speed. Goes to the Carolina Hurricanes for a pretty aggressive package. We saw also Noah Hannafin move. We've seen Sean Monahan move quite a while ago, and that's turned out pretty well so far for Winnipeg after a little bit of an adjustment period, and then a flurry of other deals. But what about this Guentzel trade? What is your opinion on this? Let's just take a look at, let's see if we can pull it up. Unfortunately, I don't have Coach Frenchie's amazing graphics. Pittsburgh, Kyle Dubas takes a lot of nonsense, I would say. They takes a lot of flack on social media and Twitter. Come on. He just loaded up. He got a lot for Jake Guentzel. There's no way that we can say he didn't. He absolutely just did exactly. Are we cheering for the Canes? Is that because you're a Pittsburgh fan and now you're a Guentzel fan and the Canes? Will this make a difference for the Canes? They gave up a lot to bring him in, including Michael Bunting. And I don't know. I like Michael Bunting. Michael Bunting can score some goals. He plays physical. You can play him up with other players, and he's not that expensive. I kind of like Michael Bunting. And Michael Bunting has a prior relationship, obviously, with Kyle Dubas, who knows him from Toronto and what he can do. So, that's probably a really good fit there. Good morning, RJ. How are you doing, my friend? RJ is a master of projecting what is coming up as far as the games. He knows the schedule inside and out. We always love to have him on any stream that we have. So thank you, RJ, for joining. Okay, let's try to take a look at this and just break this down a little bit. So if we look at what Kyle Dubas extracted from the Carolina Hurricanes. Now, right up until the wire, this is interesting too. Right up until the wire, it looked like the Rangers were in it. I know Detroit fans wanted something, and Stevie Yzerman's been real quiet, and you haven't really heard much around them. And I don't think Montreal is going to do anything. Well, Guentzel goes to Carolina. Did you expect this? There, and after Vegas got Hannafin, there was like, well, they're going to get Guentzel too. I don't know about that. Maybe they'll still get Buchnevich. I mean, they're aggressive all the time. But this package is pretty interesting. So Michael Bunting is no bum. Like if you look at this year, I think Michael Bunting has 13 goals to 22 goals for Guentzel. Now, Guentzel's obviously another level up. Now, Bunting, it's interesting, is a minus 15 with Carolina, which I find very strange. And I don't totally discount plus minus. He has 36 points in 60 games. He's a willing physical player, and you can play him with, with skilled players. He's shown he can play with skilled players, and you can play him on second or third line. It's pretty versatile. In addition to Bunting, they get Ponomarev. Now, Ponomarev, if I am not mistaken, is he 21? Yeah, he's 21, Russian-born player, smaller guy, but he's had a bit of a reputation as a goal scorer. 2 points in 2 games this year. Do I think he's a point-a-game player? I'm not sure, but this is a pretty good prospect. If we look at where he's been playing, let's just take a look. It looks like he'll be assigned to Wilkes-Barre in the AHL. He was a second-round pick, so they basically get a second-round pick 53rd overall by Carolina. And he's got a history. He's played in the Quebec Major Junior League. He was a point-a-game player there. He's played in the KHL a little bit, and then he's played in the AHL, and he's had pretty good success in the AHL. Numbers are a little down this year. Last year, though, he had 24 goals in 64 games for Chicago. And I don't think Carolina has a farm team this year either. Am I mistaken? So he kind of bounced around a little bit, but he, 29 points in 39 games. You probably expect a little bit more from him in Chicago, but I don't know if he's getting like all the time that he needs. So that's a pretty good prospect. So that's two pieces that are pretty reasonable. They get Finnish. Is this the defenseman? No. This is the winger. Okay. So they get a Finnish forward. He's playing in Finland, but I don't see much. He played for Karpat, right? Yeah, he played for Karpat. 20 goals, 56 games. So he is now 20. So another young prospect. So you got two young prospects in their prime. Cruz Lucius. I have watched Cruz Lucius play a lot. His brother is Chaz Lucius that went to the Winnipeg Jets. Cruz is probably, a little more slight, but he's only 6 foot now. A lot of people were like, I like Cruz better than Chaz at the time, but they came out of Gentry Academy, which was interesting. That Sean Skinner was actually, I think, the skills guy there at that point. He's the famous stick handling coach. He's played the U.S. development program, and now he's at University of Wisconsin. And, Cruz is a real talented player. I think he's more of a pass-first player. He can score, though. His brother Chaz can really score. And I think, he's closer to the NHL than Cruz would be. But he's still a 4th-round pick there. So now you got a guy that's a 2nd-round pick and a 4th-round pick. And they get draft picks here, right? So they get, I think 3 pretty good prospects, a legit NHL player, a conditional 1st, and then the conditional 5th. Now the 1st-round selection will become a 2nd-round selection in 2024 if they do not advance to the Stanley Cup final. So the condition is if they go to the Stanley Cup final, they get a 1st-round pick. Pittsburgh retains 25% of Guentzel's salary, so that's interesting. They won't receive the 5th unless Carolina wins the cup. So if Carolina makes it to the final, it's a 2nd-round pick that becomes a 1st. If they win the Stanley Cup, they get an additional 5th going back to Pittsburgh. Now, Carolina got Ty Smith. I find this story blows my mind. I thought Ty Smith was going to be a real good NHL defenseman. So, this seems, I don't know what the deal is there. I think I would love to see this as a reclamation project. This is a former WHL defenseman. He's got 4 points in 9 games this year. I always thought he was going to be a real good offensive defenseman in the NHL. Started out with New Jersey, 23 points in 48 games, 20 points. But this, he really some defensive problems here. He's a +3 here. So has he spent time in the AHL and solved some of his deficiencies? He was the other piece going the other way in the John Marino trade. So, man, that might be an underrated pickup as part of the Guentzel trade. Like now they've got a little bit of defensive depth. You can at least play him as a 5-6. He's capable on the power play. I think he's a pretty good power play player, personally. So they actually get another piece back here, but they do send a lot back to Pittsburgh. So Kyle Dubas saying, we got to get younger. Well, he just got 3 prospects. He's got up to, at least a 2nd-round pick, but potentially a 1st if this really works out. I like all 3 prospects. I don't know. At least one of these guys is going to be in the NHL. Like I think Ponomarev is probably the most likely to have, at least a role at some point. And maybe he can play now. Like he's played some games. And what are they, but the big piece here going to Carolina is obviously Guentzel. And, the underrated one might be Ty Smith to give them some depth. So that might be pretty smart. And, well, how do you rate this? Like, do you think Kyle Dubas did a good job on this? Go Habs, go. The Habs are going to be quiet here, guys, right? So that's the one thing. The Pens need a forward like Bunting. I would agree with you. I like Bunting. Like they have Noel Asiari, who was also, I think, in Toronto, right? He was another guy that Kyle Dubas had in Toronto. I like Noel. Noel's like a physical guy, played 3rd, 4th line. He can score a little bit. And I think Bunting's kind of a guy that can play up. Like he's shown he can play up on the 2nd or 3rd or 1st line in pinches. but he's a pretty good third line player that can score goals, and he's willing to play physical. So I think this probably helps Pittsburgh. And there's a known factor there. Will RCR still be a Pittsburgh Penguin? It's unclear. Kyle Dubas arguably gets 3 prospects, potentially a first-round pick, which will obviously be a late. It would be the last pick if they won the Cup. It would be the second last pick if they just made the final. So that's what that is. Otherwise, it's a second, which will probably be a late second, right? And I like the prospects. Yeah, thanks. Hit the likes if you can. That always helps every broadcast. So how do you rate this trade? First of all, usually you always say the Sam Pollock style, which is whoever gets the best player wins the trade. That's clearly Guentzel. And Pittsburgh, though, gets back an immediate piece that can play. It doesn't damage their playoff hopes. If they really think they can, stay in the hunt, and I think Sidney and Malkin and Letang, they're really still thinking they can squeeze in. It's not a shoe-in, but Bunting does not hurt them, and he might actually help them. Now, Guentzel's been on the injured reserve as well. Is he back? Because I know he was skating. So maybe someone that follows Pittsburgh a little bit knows if he's back. Ty Smith might be an underrated piece going to Carolina. I've always been pulling for Carolina. Oh, that's interesting. Parker Wotherspoon, the defenseman, former WHL, former Team Canada defenseman, signs a 1-year, $888,000 contract. I mean, this is a depth move, right, RJ? I think they get in addition to Bunting, who's a legit NHLer, and I don't know what is the Bunting contract situation, because he was making like $4 million, right? And there's some salary retention. Let's check out Bunting's contract. So overall, I think both teams did pretty well. I think this would have been hard for the Rangers to match, because the Rangers, Bunting's got 2 more years at $4.5 million. I think that's pretty reasonable cap hit, and they retain 25% of Guentzel. And what is Guentzel? Is he like $7 million on that contract? $1.5 million retained. Wow, his cap hit's 4, 6, 5. Yeah, so it's $6 million cap hit. He made 7, but his cap hit's only 6. It's because they alternated. It's interesting. On the Guentzel contract, they alternated 7-5, 7-5, 6. So it averaged to 6. Interesting. So it's almost like a signing bonus, but they put it as a base salary. That's pretty creative. Well, I think that both teams did pretty well in this. I mean, Kyle Dubas gets a legit NHLer. He gets 3 prospects and potentially 2 really good picks. He gives up Ty Smith, who obviously didn't really think was going to do anything here. And that's, they've given up John Marino, who's done pretty well in New Jersey, to get Ty Smith. And then Ty Smith is just proven he's never really worked out to be what they projected. But I think he's still, good morning, Steve G. How are you doing, my friend? I still think Ty Smith could be a really understated piece to this. He's had, a good call up, and I think he's a talented guy. You can play him on the first or second power play, no problem. It's really one-on-one they have issues with him, his defensive play. And judging, he's spent some time in the minors. He's still a young defenseman. That could be an interesting piece going back, and he might be able to help them with some depth right now. But Jake Guentzel's a Stanley Cup winner. He's obviously a 30-goal scorer in the NHL and sometimes more. He's a playoff performer. So Carolina, by all means, good morning, Stefan. How are you doing, my friend? By all means, they're getting a guy that can help impact their top 3, at the very least, probably the top 3. So what do the lines look like in Carolina after this is the question. And is this a difference? Does this propel Carolina to where they want to be, which is they want to, obviously, they're in it to win it. They've got good young stars. Sebastian Aho, let's take a look here. You've got Svechnikov, who hopefully remains healthy for them. So they're projecting, so right now, they're not even put him on a line, but you've got to think Stefan Noensen, as good as a year as he's had, Jake Drury's been playing second-line center for them. Is that because of the failure of Kotkaniemi? Like, he's got to be such a frustrating player for Rod Brind'Amour. 1 minute he looks like he's going to be a point-a-game player, and then he goes into like 10, 20-game lapses of, I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. And then they put Lemieux, I thought, on waivers. Seth Jarvis is really an underrated star here. That he's going to be a star player, guys. That's just reality. But Svechnikov, Aho, and Teravainen, Necas, we know, has been like a leading scorer there. Does this mean that Guentzel's going to play left wing on whatever this second line is? And then who's the center? Is it Jack Drury? And what kind of year has he had? So I think you've got to see like what is Jack Drury's like. I watched them the other night. I haven't watched a lot of Carolina. Maybe you have. He's got 27 points in 62 games. So, it's not horrible. Former second round pick. Is this the son of Chris Drury, if I'm not mistaken? Is that the connection there? Is he related? I don't even know. Well, man, if you look at this, you go, they got bigger problems than Jake Guentzel. Like, wait, they don't really have a second line centerman. And you got all that cash tied up in Kotkaniemi. He's making like, what, $6 million to play on the fourth line? Put him on waivers. I just don't see the upside there. Seth Jarvis, can he play center in the NHL? Is Jack Drury better at that point? Seth is probably a better winger, but he's a talented guy and he can be an impact player. Necas, can he play center? I don't know. He's more of a winger, but there's something going on with the lineup here that I don't see. We'll have to start watching them a little bit. On D, they're already stupid stacked. Like Slavin, Burns, Brady Shea's been playing great the last 2 years. Brett Pesce. I like Jalen Chatfield. And then the veteran Stanley Cup winner, Dmitry Orlov, part of the Russian party machine. Hopefully, I can't see him being able to party. So they're still showing Jake Guentzel on the IR. So when is he coming off? And they waived some players in Carolina before this deal. So that was kind of a precursor to it, right? They waived Ranta and they waived Lemieux and they waived one other player. Who was the other player they waived? So they put some other guys on waivers. Let's see. The team and coach look like Stanley Cup contender, but they can't get over the hurdle in the playoffs. I mean, listen, it's going to be tough to win a Stanley Cup without a second-line centerman. They've got great defensive depth. Their goaltending's pretty darn good. But is this a contender? I don't know, man. Okay, if you compare Carolina to, let's say, Stanley Cup winning Vegas, or let's look at Florida, you've got Jack Eichel, William Karlsson, Nick Waugh, and veteran former Everett Silvertip Byron Frazee. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. They just acquired Anthony Mantha. Chandler Stevenson, can he not play center in a pinch? I mean, I've seen Barbashev take faceoffs. So that's pretty I don't know. How does that stack up? Now, the real powerhouse behind Vegas is the defense. So I would say Noah Hanfin, a former Carolina Hurricane, Peter Angelo, McNabb, and Theodore, Whitecloud, Haig, and then we're missing one D-man. Who's the other D-man that's in this mix? Alex Martinez. Now, presumably, they're going to get Mark Stone back on the Kucherov-Stone, special, right? You've got Aiden Hill and Logan Thompson, who I think are both real good goalies. But, this might be the best defense in the league, especially when you throw back in Martinez. So they're really powered by the defense. But at center, you've got to say that team is pretty awesome compared to Carolina. Now, in the same friggin' division, you got to deal with this, Carolina. You're going to go up against Barkov, Bennett, Lundell if they don't trade him. We keep hearing rumors about that. And they just acquired Vladimir Tarasenko. So that means that they can move Evan Rodriguez, who, by the way, can also play center in a pinch as well. Louis Strainen, Lundell, and Rodriguez is a pretty good third line there. I mean, Rodriguez is having a real good year. He played real well in Pittsburgh, I thought. So you got Kachuk, Bennett, Verhaeghe's a monster. Tarasenko with Barkov. Reinhardt's having will he get 50? Seems like it. This is what you're still going up against. So even with Jake Guentzel in Carolina, does this work? And then on defense, this is no slouch. Like Brandon Montour has shown he's a real good second pairing power play defenseman. Nico Mikkola is like an underrated guy. Love him or hate him, OEL has played pretty decent in a role. And if he's your number 5 defenseman, that's good. And you got a veteran Kulikov here. Aaron Ekblad, presumably a top 5 or 7 defenseman in the NHL when he's healthy. And I really like Gustav Forsling. And then, you're dealing with a net. You've got Bob and Stollers. You still got Knight in the minors. So does that trade at least gets them closer to Florida? But at center, that's a tough nut. I mean, you got to say both Florida and Vegas are still way stronger. Who else is a contender? Well, I think personally, and I'm still pulling for Edmonton. I mean, McDavid, Draisaitl, you've got Nugent Hopkins down the middle, and they just acquired Adam Henrique, who can play wing or center. Ryan McLeod's turned into a pretty good player, and people will say what they want. Sam Carrick has 8 goals on a fourth line role. He's a big guy. He plays a 200-foot game. Matthias Janmark can play center in a pinch. You still got Corey Perry there. Evander Kane is Evander Kaning, but Zach Hyman's having a wonderful year. Does this Jake Guentzel trade, again, it probably puts them closer to a powerhouse Edmonton team. And obviously they're on different sides of the coin, so different sides of the playoff bracket. But does that make them a What's happening so far today? Well, the big thing yesterday, I don't know if there's much happening today. I guess the question is, will Buchnevich be moved? Will Toffoli be moved? Oh, it's Ted Drury. That's right. That's nephew of Chris. Because this is like the Harvard connection, right? Is Jack Drury an ex-Harvard guy? Wasn't Ted Drury a Harvard guy? Was Ted Drury drafted by the Hartford Whalers? Am I wrong? Yep, Hartford Whalers. Never really stuck too long, did he? Oh, he's my age. Jeez, I'm old. 2 years older than me. Played for the Krefeld Penguins in the German league. What a trailblazer. You know what? I forgot he had a bunch of games. He played 414 NHL games. I forgot he kind of caught on with the Anaheim Ducks, I think, when they were in the Teemu Selanne era, right? It was Selanne, Correa, Ruchin, and then everybody else. Yuri Correa was there, so I guess that counts. So that's Ted Drury. Yeah. Hi, Greg John. How are you doing, my friend? I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for joining me. Yes, the Hartford connection, right? So he went to Boston. Did he play? Is Ted a Harvard guy? Yeah, he is. Played Waterloo Blackhawks. Well, Jack went to Harvard. Did his dad go to Harvard? Probably, right? I think that's where it started. Pretty sure. Yeah, also Harvard. 3 years at Harvard. Played the U.S. national team. Oh, I forgot. Ted Drury was drafted by Calgary. What was the first trade there? That's right. He was part of the Gary Suter, Paul Ranheim for Michael Nylander, James Patrick, and Zarley Zalapsky. Wow. That's a crazy trade. Ted Drury, the dad of Jack, right? Paul Ranheim, Gary Suter to Hartford Whalers in 1994 from Michael Nylander, the dad of William Nylander, James Patrick, the uncle of Nolan Patrick, who seems like his career is over, and Zarley Zalapsky. I always like Zarley Zalapsky, but he's kind of a little bit soft there. But wow, that's some history there for you. Well, so I don't know. I mean, the Carolina move definitely puts them in contention. It's definitely not going to hurt them having a guy that can score 30, 40 goals, a proven playoff performer. They gave up something to get him. Played for the Flames for 1 year. You're right. All right, tonight, Wild versus Avs, Red Wings versus Coyotes, Stars, Ducks, and Jets and Kraken. Thank you, RJ. Let's just take a look at what else has happened, because there's been a bunch of deals, and presumably I kind of think the trade deadline started a while ago with the Sean Monahan deal, which I think is working out pretty well. So if we follow the trade tracker, let's go back here. Yeah, it's been a flurry of deals. So really, February 2nd, even, this January 2nd deal, I guess Lindholm is a big part of that. Wow, Will Butcher still bouncing around. That's really interesting. But really, it goes here, right? So we go Vancouver, get Lindholm. And, this is not, I'm not surprised at this. He hasn't been amazing for Vancouver. If you look at Elias Lindholm, a former Carolina Hurricane, goes to Calgary, really blossomed in Calgary, but he was playing with Tkachuk. He was playing with Johnny Hockey Gaudreau. And I think that really boosted his value. You know, you can't take away the points he got. Calgary gets back Kuzmenko, and Kuzmenko, I mean, I feel like has played pretty well. He's not a great skater, they say, but he can score goals. Like, what does he have? So he's got, since the trade, 5 goals in 11 games. And last year, this guy scored 39 goals. And by comparison, our friend Lindholm, who was like, a prime piece, they have the same number of goals this year. Now, with the Canucks, he's got 4 goals, 3 assists, 7 points in 16 games, and is a -4. That's not what you get Elias Lindholm. You get him because he's supposed to be like a 65-point player that's a good defensive player. So right now, this is looking pretty good, I think, for Calgary. Then you have the Monahan deal. So Monahan, Montreal gets a first-round pick and a conditional third. Monahan has looked pretty darn good. What has Monahan got? Has he got 7 goals? Let's see. Has he got 7 goals since the move? 8 goals in 13 games for Sean Monahan. Only 1 assist. However, presumably this is filled in that second line center position. Did I kidnap Coach? Coach is chilling at the beach in Thailand. He said, just go live. It's trade deadline. The Habs are going to be quiet. So feel free to jump on. Stevie G, sad to see Comfer go. One of my favorite Habs. Yeah, he's been pretty good. I think he's fulfilled his role. Tap, my friend, I need to get your connection somehow. I don't know if you're on Twitter, but you should ping me on Twitter. And if not, like, message me on Facebook or something. So I don't know if I ever got your connection, because I would like to invite you. And if I had you guys on, I'd probably be more motivated to go live more often. Yeah, and Coach Frenchie and I started Hockey Nation Live. I've been slack. He's gone gung-ho on it. I've been so busy between scouting and traveling the last 2 years. It's been rough to be consistent. Tap, we always love. Yeah, thanks, Tap. Just ping me. And then, it's really weird is if Marco would ever join or whatever, I don't know what it is about Marco's Twitter, but when I type Marco, it never comes up. So I don't know. I'm missing something. There might be something in the letter before his first name on Twitter. I don't know what it is. Melissa, thanks for joining. Melissa, remind me where you're from. I cannot remember, but you've been a longtime Hockey Nation follower, so thank you for joining. It's trade deadline day. We know the big deal for Jake Guentzel went down, going back to Carolina, or he's going to Carolina, along with Ty Smith, which I think is an underrated addition. Carolina gave up a lot. They gave up 3 prospects who presumably won't really impact them this year, but it gives Pittsburgh some pieces back. They gave up Michael Bunting, who I like Bunting. I think, and he's reunited with Kyle Dubas now in Pittsburgh. I think that's oh, you're in Alabama. Well, I'm in Nashville, so we're not too far away from each other. We moved from California to Nashville. Bob's your uncle. This is a famous Happy Mondays song. Do you know that, Bob's your uncle? Cookies with milk. I love it. $1 million question. Will Detroit hang on for a playoff spot? Great showing to David. So the issue, I think, I've always been skeptical of Larkin being a number 1 center. However, they have no Larkin for 2 weeks, and that seems to have been rough. Their defense is not perfect. We know that. They've got, pieces there like Sherratt and Petrie that can be erratic, but they mostly give you big minutes, and they're veteran guys, and it's worked out pretty well. Seider had a bad game the other night, so that was unusual. Generally, he's very, very good. Wallman's Wallman. He can shoot the puck a little bit. He's pretty decent one-on-one. Will they hang on? It's tough without your number 1 center. In the end, Larkin is their number 1 center. Patrick Kane has been a great addition for that team. I think that they'll get Larkin back, and they'll be back on track. Jonathan Berggren's had a great season, by the way, in the AHL, and it's an absolute travesty that this guy's not in the NHL. And a lot of people were speculating that Jonathan Berggren would be part of a trade to get Buchnevich, and I guess there's still time. I haven't seen any movement on Buchnevich. We've got a few hours here. Can you imagine if Detroit got Pavel Buchnevich, does that solidify them to get into the playoffs? That's another. He is very underrated. Like he is the straw that stirs the drink in St. Louis, in my opinion. When the Rangers moved him, I was shocked because he's a lanky guy. He's got really good offensive instincts and he can score goals. So, I think if they don't bring up Berggren, and then they might have since Larkin, I mean, did they bring up Jonathan? I should have paid attention to that. I missed the last game. Yeah, no, he's still in the AHL, 46 points, 43 games. He's got 5 points in 9 NHL games. This guy should be brought up. Now, I say this, though, because the captain, Larkin, is out. So I think it really depends on that. Comfort cannot play a first-line role. Comfort is barely a second-line role, and he struggled in that role in Colorado to the point where they tried to get Ryan Johansson. That obviously didn't work out. They moved on from Johansson. So I guess what I'd like to just say is I think they're going to get in. I think they'll turn this around. They need all their pieces in, though. That seems to be the case. They cannot be a team without Larkin, because even if you think Larkin's only a second line center, but he's proven he's a point a game guy. There's the drop off to second line right now is pretty big. Raz is really solidified as a third line guy, and Conver's a borderline second guy, more third. So without Larkin, it's a big problem. That's what seems to be the case. Yeah, you should look up the Happy Mondays. It's a famous song from the 90s. Bob's Your Uncle, was that the album? I think that, or was that Pills, Thrills, and Bellyache? And Bob's Your Uncle's on Pills, Thrills, and Bellyache. All right, so Albert Johansson, another guy could be in the NHL. This guy skates so well. He's exceeded what you need out of an AHL defenseman, and I just don't understand why he's not with Detroit in the NHL. Maybe he's part of a piece. In the AHL, though, they also have William Wallander, who's played very well. And then this guy named Simon Edvinsson, you ever heard of him? Second leading scorer in Grand Rapids. This guy's like probably the second best defenseman on the Red Wings right now. In the AHL, though, like if you put him in the NHL, he's probably their second or third best defenseman. He's going to be up. Rijo was a complete failure. He's just not liked in the dressing room. I don't think he works that hard. It's so crazy. This is a weird move to me. It just shows you the depth in Colorado to move Bo Byram. If anyone knows, I love Bo Byram. And Bo Byram's only drawback has been the concussions and the injuries. Bo Byram in the WHL killed us single-handedly and took Vancouver as like a 17-year-old to the final. Okay, like he's like a monster. He is on par with any, I don't know, young defensive prospect. So Buffalo gets, oh, she's on the back deck. Yeah. Buffalo gets another great defensive prospect. Middlestad's real soft, but talented. I've watched him for a while. And, the biggest mistake Middlestad made was not coming to Everett in the WHL, in my opinion. He went back to try and win a high school championship. I think that's delayed his development this whole time. And you're just seeing, like, he's always had talent, but he looks soft, right? But he's a talented guy. So you're getting a legit guy that can, he might flourish in Colorado. I don't really follow the Wings, but it seems Larkin gets hurt a fair bit. Well, he had a family issue where I think his wife had another miscarriage, so he missed time for that. Was he hurt for something else? I mean, he's what was the other injury? I don't think so. I think that's why he missed some time, right? Thoughts on how far the Wings go in the playoffs? If they make it in, the wild card is Patty Kane and Alex DeBrincat. Like, Patty Kane has another level. He looked great. This signing has been great. And presumably he'll be back next year. I assume they're going to sign him to a 2-year deal. And they've got pieces in the AHL that could really help. But, there's a lot of question marks. Like, how does a Petrie do in the playoffs? How does a Sherrod? They've gone to the Stanley Cup final, right, with Montreal. They played pretty well then. They were pretty effective. Seider getting a taste in the playoffs is the biggest thing. I don't think they go that far, but you just don't know. Like, you've got like a lot of depth on offense and defense, and you've got 3 pretty good goalies. So I don't know. You'd like to think they win around and surprise someone, but I think it's just if they get in the playoffs, it's exceeding expectations at this point. Because I don't think I thought they would even be in the playoffs contention this year. I love Byram. Middlestad, he's had a great year, 17 goals and 47 points. Ryan Johansson is just like, is Philly going to even keep this guy? I can't see. Okay, this is what's crazy, okay? Is that where he went? Did Ryan Joe go to Philadelphia? And do you recall who the coach was in Columbus that said, get rid of this guy, our number one center, and get Seth Jones? Tortorella. That's this working out. He was early in on the Ryjo is not good club. Kuznetsov is heading to Carolina. Oh, what? Is this breaking news? What? Wow. How do you feel about that? So we were just talking about not having a second line center in Carolina. Now, Kuznetsov is coming off of being on the players assistance program. This is the guy that was doing lines of coke off the dressing room table or the hotel dressing table after winning the Stanley Cup. Presumably that's carried over. However, man, when he is on, he is a great centerman. He is a talented player, and he's won a Stanley Cup. He could be very, very good. Well, I agree with you. This helps them. If they get Kuznetsov, that could be a big X factor. Rod Brind'Amour is not going to put up with any crap from him. Hopefully he got, clean in the time and player assistance program. Yeah. Well, this is why I say, Mark, it's going to be a buyout or a waiver or whatever you want to call it. Or maybe it's a come to Jesus, like, hey man, you know what I expect. Play properly and get us in the playoffs. That might be, the response from Torts. Oh yeah, no worries. I think he got concussed a few years ago, right? That was a cheap shot from Comtois, right? Larkin, you're saying is good? Of course. That's the biggest thing with Byram, but I love Byram and I hope he just stays healthy because that defense in Buffalo is insane. Owen Power, Byram, and Dahlin. Byram has the potential to be a 60, 80-point player, in my opinion, in the NHL. If you look at Bo Byram, his age and draft position versus Cale Makar, you tell me the difference up until concussions. Because at their same, Cale Makar is like 2.5 years older than him. And if you look at their production of when Bo came in the NHL versus Cale was older, I'm telling you, he is on par. He's got that talent level, and he just needs consistency of health. And then I think he'll find consistency in his game. He didn't. And, I think he's got more offensive upside than we're seeing. And he's playing behind some really good defensemen in Colorado. He has that kind of potential. He could be, it's just an X factor. Like, can he stay healthy? I gotta say, Intertap, he ain't gonna be a distraction in Carolina. That is the toughest coach, like the most demand. If you've seen interviews with Rod Brind'Amour, he'll fight Kuznetsov, right? And they will not hesitate to get rid of him. I don't think he's going to affect that dressing room in one iota. You've got a lot of strong personalities in there, including Brett Burns. I don't see it. No, nobody's going to care. It's like you either toe the line, you're out of here. That's going to be Carolina. The question is, what did they give up for him? I don't see this deal announced yet. Is anybody seeing it as an actual deal? So I'm curious, is this official? Let's see what the trade line. Let's see. Where's Buchnevich? Trade tracker. Let's take a look. I don't see this as an announced deal. I know, it's so weird. This is gonna be, it might work. You never know. You just never know. What team or teams will be most active today? St. Louis, Carolina. Well, if this is true that Kuznetsov is gone, but I've not seen this announced anywhere, so I'm curious what's going back and who's saying it. Kuznetsov, though, is a super talented, legit number one, number two NHL centerman. And we were just saying, if you compare Carolina's roster to the roster of Florida or the roster of Vegas or the roster of Edmonton or even, the roster of Colorado, we didn't even do that yet. They don't stack up mainly because of their center ice position. You're not going to go into the playoffs with Ted Drury as your second line centerman. Kotkaniemi ain't going to do the deal. So you need something. Third round pick with 50% retention. To answer Enertap, I don't think this is going to affect the Carolina dressing room one bit. I think there's only upside. They really didn't give up much. They are only taking on half of his salary. So is this like 3 or 4 million they're keeping? Is he at like a 7 million contract? Jeez. Carolina. Kuznetsov just finished treatment. Of course, for sure. He also won a Stanley Cup while being a cokehead. So maybe we're not giving him enough. I don't know. Byram going to fall off a bit in Buffalo. I disagree. I think Owen Power's been a bit of a disappointment there this year. I think they expected more offense from this guy. Bo Byram will give them offense. Right now, they go from Darlene to Yogi Haru and Owen Power on the PP. And if you put Bo Byram 5-on-5, breakout machine, great decisions with the puck, real smart player, and you put him on the power play, he's a smart, creative player. I think Bo Byram will flourish in Buffalo. They move out Middlestad. What does that do? Well, your number one guy should be Tage Thompson, who's had a down year after injuries, and he's still not really producing at a clip that you would want, which is like a 40, 50 goal guy. But then you've got Dylan Cousins, and his numbers have been way down. Victor Olofsson's numbers have been way down. So I think you move out Middlestad, it's okay. I think you got Dylan Cousins. It should be your second line center. Get him back up to the level you want. Bo Byram on the back end is an underrated move here. I like Bo way better than Middlestad. Kuznetsov traded for a third and 50%. So this is crazy. Is Larkin healthy? So Larkin is going to be out for 2 weeks. I think he had like a lower body injury. Have a nice day, Melissa. Thank you. So I think this is like great. I think Carolina's making smart, aggressive moves here that are underrated. Like they pick up Ty Smith, a depth defenseman. He's had a real good call up. Ty Smith is a very capable offensive defenseman. Oh, they waived Anthony DeAngelo. So that's the stomach turns. It's not like Anthony DeAngelo affected that dressing room. People say that too. And I think guys like Anthony DeAngelo. He's just like a, different cat, right? Man, I like that move. Man, I think this is good. I really think this is a good move because we were just saying if let's go back here, right? Carolina dealing themselves in to a much stronger position. If you replace Jack Drury with Kuznetsov, I mean, come on. This is a significant upgrade. What did I just say? The issue is here, well, you're going to obviously move Noensen down, who's been serviceable, but shouldn't be on the second line. You put a healthy Jake Guentzel in here. He's going to play with Jack Drury. He's not going to play with Kotkaniemi. Jordan Staal is solidified on the third line here. You don't want to move Nikish to the middle. You don't want to move Seth Jarvis. You stick Kuznetsov in there. That's crazy. Let's take a look. Where's our good friend? So Kuznetsov's a 1992 born player, right? And when Washington won the Cup in 2018, he had 32 points in 24 games. We know the issues, the struggles are real. So in 21-22, he had 78 points in 79 games and looked on top of the world, 5 points in 6 playoff games. So overall, he's had 67 points in 87 playoff games and has won a Stanley Cup. And that's for an underperforming Washington Capitals team. Okay. He's had seasons of 77, 83, 72, 78 points. His down years, were like 52 points in 63 games. Last year was obviously there was a lot going on in Washington and a lot going on with him. 55 points in 81 games, not normal. And, only 17 points this year. But if in any way he can get back on track, you've got a legit second line NHL center there. Time for him to he's just not good, man. He can't skate. He's not consistent and smart. I just don't get it. 7.8 million is the contract for Kuzi, and they're retaining 50%. That's true. Byram and Krebs reunited. I love Cousins, another WHL player, and then Devin Levy, who was the goalie for Team Canada. So I agree. Kings are shopping Pierre-Luc Dubois. What the hell? Ryan Johansson, Pierre-Luc Dubois, the two, chosen centers in Columbus, nightmares in, Winnipeg and Nashville alike. Oh my God. I mean, the PLD move has been useless for them. I mean, what a disappointment. They're not going to get. Is Ullmark a free agent next year? Is that why people are talking about Ullmark? Can you imagine Ullmark on the Kings? That would be big. PLD, Boston's going to have a strong dressing room. PLD's not going to hurt them, but he could just. Kings have a strong dressing room too, and I think that's the problem there. Yeah, that would be amazing. It's the next center for the Sabres, the key for Buffalo. The third line, you mean? I mean, I don't see Krebs as the guy there. He's a winger. Carolina paying 3.9 for the rest of the year and could be a real steal. This could absolutely be a steal. It all depends on what does Kuzi do. Like Kuznetsov, man. KK on the fourth line or out. They should have waived him. I mean, I've just never been a fan. You could put him on the wing all you want. It's not going to help. He has scored goals. He's shown he can score goals once in a while, right? So maybe wing's the place. He's not a centerman. This guy does not skate well enough to be a second line NHL centerman. I don't even think a third line NHL centerman. He's got just this weird hitch in his skating. He's not fast. He's got it's almost like he's dragging his leg. So it's like his glide leg and his push leg. It's just like his right hip or something is weird. That is true. I think, though, if you look in Colorado, he would be their 6th leading scorer. I think that's what I looked at. Am I wrong about that? But, putting him in Colorado will really, really help him, I think. Canes have a bunch of talent with no grit. They've added a bunch of talent, or they have no grit. I think their coach has a lot of grit. And so everybody's. I mean, I don't know. You got Brendan Lemieux there. Jesper Fast, I've always kind of liked him. Seth Jarvis, he's got some little bit of jam. He's just super talented. He's not scared of anybody. Nekish is a big guy. Svechnikov is a big guy, and he, if he can stay healthy, no one's pushing Aho around. Teravainen, he's not a tough player. Stefan Noenson's got a little bit of grit. Martin Nook's got a little bit of grit. You're throwing in Kuzi, who's a playoff-hardened Russian potential superstar. He's at the end of his career, probably. He's like 31, 32, but So Allmark is a UFA. Swayman and Allmark have been great in Boston. They lose Bergeron, they lose Krejci, don't miss a beat. I think a lot of it's the goaltending. The young Alaska goalie and Swayman, Vezina candidate. Allmark, did he win the Vezina last year? I didn't even pay attention. Does Buffalo make anybody in the minors ready? Does Buffalo have anybody in the minors ready to call up? That's a good question. For sure. This is what I was saying before Real Deal is if you trace Casey Middlestead back to when he made a decision to stick around his high school team and play in the USHL one year, instead of coming to the WHL with the Everett Silvertips, if he had come to the Everett Silvertips, he would have played a pro schedule, he would have trained a pro style, he would have played a pro arena, and he would have been around some pretty intense players and coaches. He would have gotten better. Super talented player, but he just came in the NHL thinking his talent was going to carry him. And everybody's got talent in the NHL. You got to work. And he don't work. So maybe he's gotten religion, but that cost him a lot of money and time. Has he changed? I don't believe it. Yeah. The Sabres, what's the deal with Jack Quinn? Is he back now? Showing him off the roster again. He had 12 points in 17 games. So is he out for the year? What's the status of Jack Quinn? The biggest thing for Buffalo is Dylan Cousins, right? Dylan Cousins, 38 points, 61 games, a little bit of an off year from last year. JJ Peterka's been great. Last year he had 31 goals, Cousins, and 68 points. And that's what you want to get him back to. So he's got 20 games to kind of pump it up. He should be your second line center. He's shown that in the past. So that's my opinion. I think he slides in no problem. They don't need Middlestead. And they made that assessment. Alex Tuck's there. JG Peterka, real good. So what do you got in the minors? Well, you got a young Zach Benson on that team. So that's been a surprise as an 18-year-old Zach Benson in the NHL. Victor Olofsson, is he back? And Krebs has just never been able to translate offense. So what's the status of Jack Quinn? I don't know. I think Samuelson is still out. So getting Bo Byram is probably a reason, part of that reason. That's my assumption. 2 points in his first game, by the way, Bo Byram. Goal and assist in his first game. Yes, for sure. Did you see in the deal the other day where Tampa retained salary for 2 other teams? What does that tell you? When has Tampa ever retained salary for anybody? You got Stamkos up. Right? They've not committed to sign Stamkos. He was only making 8.5. I don't know. He's got 53 points, 24 goals, and 60 some odd games. Trade Stammer. Trade him. He's a minus 25. So that's probably part of it. But they got a lot of minus players on that team. Oof. Andre Vasilevsky, 3.03 goals average, 894 save percentage. That defense is terrible now. It's like Victor Hedman and then whoever. Sergachev's out, right? So they're in trouble there. All right, let's just go back here. If we go back to the trade tracker, so this is being confirmed. Kuznetsov for a 3rd-round pick, and Washington retains half of his $7.9 million salary or $7.8 million salary. I think this is a real good move for Carolina. They only have 20 games, so it's 3.9 prorated over like 18 or 20 games out of 82. So that's how that works out. So it's not a lot of cash, and they get through on the cap. That's the most important thing. You have to make the cap. They made an aggressive move also on Jake Guentzel, obviously, with Ty Smith, I think is an underrated part of this. This could give them a good depth defenseman they can also put on the power play. They already have an insane defense in Carolina. They give up Bunting, 3 prospects who are not going to play, and a conditional first that could be a second. So this is, man, and Guentzel's impact, if he's still on the IR, it looks like. Super interesting. Anthony Duclair, though, goes to Tampa for a prospect, right? Jack Thompson, and a third pick to San Jose. So this is interesting. I don't know what this says. He's got some history there, doesn't he? Did he not play prior in Tampa? Am I wrong? Prospect here. I don't think this helps anybody. Jan Misak. Oh, I did. So yeah, what did you guys think of the Jacob Perreault trade? My experience with him is he's just not that engaged. I don't know. Does he work that hard? Is kind of a question. I always kind of liked Misak, but maybe he's not going to be the player we thought. This might be a nothing move. Maybe it gives each of them a do-over. Okay, this is another move by Colorado. Jakub Trenin, you might not know this guy, but he's like a 27-year-old Russian. He's played 3 years full-time in the NHL. He's got 11 or 12 goals this year. I was actually a little surprised at this because I just, maybe it's because contract-wise, but he could be a useful player in Colorado, useful depth player. And they got Brendan Duhaime. And if you know this guy, he has got some jam. So I was a little surprised at this. Again, I don't know if this is a contract scenario, but this is a good third, fourth line guy that's willing to stand up for guys, and he can chip in a little bit offensively. Edmondson picking up Troy Stecher. Was Stecher a Holland signing, or was he a Yzerman? I can't remember, but he's got some history in Detroit, where Holland came from. Retired. Who retired? I missed something. I hope so, Intertab. Pax Chiaretti is getting interest from Vegas and Florida. I mean, he's looked okay, right? I don't know. This is a guy that wants to win. $15 points in 26 games with the Caps this year. He's had like multiple crazy problems with what? Achilles? Vegas and Florida. So he's not making much, is he? Did they sign him and then he got hurt? So he had a big contract? I can't remember, but I mean, he's not going to do anything in Washington. They might as well move him. When your leading goal scorer, leading scorer is Dylan Strome, you've got some problems. They traded Anthony Mantha. So, Vegas got Anthony Mantha. Anthony Beauvillier bouncing around, making too much money, not doing enough for it. Chicago gets a fifth. Thank you for the fifth. Joel Edmondson, I thought this was a good move. So the Caps are obviously sellers here. Selling Kuzi. Selling off veteran Joel Edmondson. Toronto, I think this is a good move. And is the Lyubushkin thing, is he totally out for a while? He's hurt, right? He got hurt right away. He's a good NHL defenseman if he's in, but that would give them some depth. So the Noah Hanifin deal sent some shockwaves. You're like, wow, does Vegas really need another top 3 defenseman? Yes. And they give up a bunch of pieces. This really helps them, but I think they need another move. Now they're going to probably get Mark Stone back for the playoffs. Shocker, right? So that's a good thing. They'll get Mark Stone back. I don't think Perreault has any jam or work ethic to achieve anything, is my thought. Is Kessel should, where would Kessel sign? Fat Phil with the hot dog man. What the hell? He is one of those guys that just, despite what you think, he could sign somewhere and be real effective. Carolina? It's a Rod Brindamore with Phil Kessel. You never know. Remember when he was a franchise player in Toronto? Color A, B+. No goalie trades yet. Good point. Who's going to move? Who are you thinking? Boston's not going to move Allmark. Boston should sign Allmark. Frankly, they definitely got to sign Swayman. That is the best 1-2 punch in the NHL, and I think so. So who moves? I don't think UC Saro is going to move. Who else is going to move? This again could really work out. right? Like I think Vegas is another place where you got Alex Pietrangelo in your dressing room. Nobody's screwing around. Everybody's going to do what Alex Pietrangelo tells them to do. I believe that having Alex Pietrangelo in that dressing room has made Jack Eichel the player he is. And you got Mark Stone in that dressing room. Don't discount Jonathan Marchessault. There's some character in there. William Karlsson's, an understated player, but I think this, again, the real leaders are Stone, and Pietrangelo does not screw around. I'm just going to tell you that. He is a very intense, serious guy. And I had said this before. People are like, Pietrangelo was washed up. Won a Stanley Cup again. Won a Stanley Cup again. when he was in St. Louis, I am telling you, first off, he told the players, we're done playing for this guy, Mike Yeo. We're lasting it. You're done playing for him, Robbie Fabry. That was the story I heard from Robbie Fabry's family, like through the grapevine. We're done playing for this guy, Robbie. You're not playing for him. 9-game losing streak. New coach comes in, Berube, bam, Stanley Cup final, Stanley Cup win. Alex Pietrangelo is that type of guy. And you can say what you want. He makes mistakes occasionally in games, but man, he is a guy you don't screw with. So putting Mantha in there, he's not going to put up with any laziness or anything. Pacioretty is made of glass. He's just old and he's had Achilles problems, right? Those are not fun, I can tell you. Is Dubas trying to retool on the fly? Of course, absolutely. He said that we need to get younger. He did that with that move, right? Can he not sign Jake Guentzel in the offseason? Is Jake Guentzel not a UFA? Or has Jake Guentzel got one more year? I can't remember. What's the deal with Guentzel? Is that it? Yeah, he's unrestricted after this. Right? UFA. He could sign again. He could bring him right back as a 30-year-old. Now he's got some, cap flexibility next year. The salary cap goes up 4.5 and 5.5 million in the next 2 years. There's some pretty decent UFAs out there, including Jake Guentzel. So you bring him back. You just got picked up. You picked up 3 legit prospects. You cheer on Carolina. They just got Kuzi. Hopefully they make it to the Stanley Cup final and you get a first-round pick. That first-round pick's not going to help them short term, I don't think, that being late round, but you never know. I don't know. It's tough. The Erik Karlsson move was really questionable to me. It's not worked out. Brian Rust. What else does he move here? Does he move Rust today? Tristan Jarry? Definitely needs to do something. It's going to be tough to retool, but I don't put it past him. I think Einar Tap, I was thinking about this earlier. He's brought in Noel Alciari, right? He's brought in now Bunting. Does he go get a Nick Robertson? Because Nick Robertson has 8 goals this year in like 40 games. Nick Robertson, I always thought, was maybe a better goal scorer than his brother Jason. That has not proven to be the case. Jason exploded in the NHL, much bigger player, very talented. But I just say that because when they were younger, you were like, wow, this guy can really score. And Nick is smaller. He's like 5'8", 5'10", but he's got talent and he can play. And he's shown that he can produce if he's healthy. Maybe he goes and gets him and sticks him on a Sidney Crosby or a Malkin wing. He's going to bring in talent. He just needs slots. He needs draft picks, and he'll bring in guys you're like, where did this guy come from? Because he really understands talent. Edmondson, you don't think he helps? I think he's yeah. Well, they already have like every left shot defenseman, every skating defenseman on the planet. So I think this helps them a little bit. It's a weird mix though. I'm not sure. Vancouver will finally be signing Kessel just before the deadline. Okay. Yeah, is that who he was skating with? I knew he was skating with someone. Yeah, Markstrom. Well, if Markstrom goes, they call up Dustin Wolf, all for it. Markstrom's been a yo-yo career. He's a big guy though, and he could probably help someone with a much better defense. But they had Hannafin, they had Tanev. Those were two big guys that moved, right? As Rasmus Anderson. It's not like that defense in Calgary was junk on paper. The Glizzies? I don't know what that is. What is that? Eberle close to signing a 2-year deal with Seattle, so he's off the board. Ugh, really? I don't know. Let's just solidify our mediocrity out of the playoffs. This team has already jumped the shark, and they're in the third year of the NHL. They have nothing that's going to propel them into the playoffs. Does Jake Allen get moved? I don't think so. I don't think Jake Allen's going anywhere. The Leafs defense going to playoffs with that goalie and defense is the height of wishful thinking. Agreed. Yeah, there's just too many question marks there. At this stage, I would take a third. Okay, well, maybe. Nick Robertson, I think, is one. I think my point with this is that Kyle Dubas is the type of guy where he knows the OHL. He knows he's got really good, tentacles into Europe. He understands what's going on in the AHL, and he's identifying trending assets. And he could go, he's brought in ACR and he's brought in Bunting, knowing that those guys are relatively inexpensive pieces that perform a certain role within a structure. And that's the way he looks at things, right? Assets and structure, like what chair they're in. And he said, we have to get younger. They've got some good pieces there without Guentzel. Nick Robertson would kick ass in Pittsburgh. Crosby's had a great year. Malkin is not washed. I love Malkin, always have. Okay, he's like, they don't win a cup without Malkin, ever. Those 3 cups are 0. You get a guy like that, that's the type of asset he identifies. Can you imagine let's say this hopeless never happens, but let's say Detroit dangles let's say that this deal is different, and Detroit wanted Guentzel, and they give up a guy like Jonathan Berggren and maybe Albert Johansson and pick, right? Because they got a lot of picks coming out. They got other, Carter Mazer, whatever, right? They go, we just beat your package. Jonathan Berggren in Pittsburgh is the type of asset that a Kyle Dubas identifies and pries out of someone, and then all of a sudden pops up. That's what I see. Can you give us a brief synopsis of the top 6 draft picks this summer? Sure, let's take a look at that in a second. A glizzy is a hot dog. I had no idea. That's training diet. Oh my God. Eberle resigns 2 years, 4.75. Has he got 10 goals this year? What is the fascination with Jordan Eberle? Just don't get it. He's 33, going on 34. So you're giving him 4.75. He can score in bunches. So what has he got? 14 goals. I stand corrected. Jeez. He'll get 20. All right. They ain't making the playoffs this year or next year. Jared McCann's your best player. I like Jared McCann. Shouldn't be your best player. Vince Dunn's your best defenseman. The Tolvanen pickup was good, but that's basically replacing Sprong, who's done great in Detroit, in my opinion. Yanni Gourde is washed. That's the end of that. They moved Wenberg. Always kind of overrated. Matty Beniers is a down year. Sophomore slump. Not much there, in my opinion. Shane Wright, come on. Although, it's funny. Joey Decord, 918 save percentage. Chris Drager, is he going to deal back in? 917. Philip Grubauer. Maybe move Grubauer. Move Grubauer and get something. All right, so let's just quickly. So we talked about the Noah Hannafin deal. They also got Anthony Mantha. Do they make one more deal in Vegas to solidify this? They're going to get Mark Stone back. That'll really help. Martinez will come back. That'll help. Alex Wenberg, we mentioned this for a second. This is a lot, actually. So they got a lot for Alex Wenberg to the Rangers. I don't get this. So this is like their third line center behind Zibanejad, Vincent Trocheck, and then Wenberg. And Seattle kept half his dough. Anybody else feel like Seattle is the old Carolina 2.0 before, it's like Ron Francis 2.0. It's like the same playbook. These guys are going to be just good enough to not be good. Adam Henrique, I think this is a good move. They get a guy that's won Memorial Cups. Has he won a Stanley Cup? He win. He win. I don't know if he won a Stanley Cup. I can't remember. But he's got 17, 18 goals. I think he's the guy that comes in as the sixth leading scorer in Edmonton. This really helps him. He can play left wing or center. If you want to move Draisaitl up or down, or Nugent Hopkins up or down, he's better than McLeod on the third line. This really helps them. And people say what they want, but at 850, Sam Carrick is a big-bodied fourth-line guy. He's got 8 goals. He's another 1992 birth year, former Toronto Red Wing. They give up a first that they don't need. They're going all in. What other moves? They need a goalie. So if anyone's going to get a goalie, it'd be great if they got one. The Ryan Johansson deal for Sean Walker. Sean Walker's a good defenseman. Very underrated. This really, losing Bo Byram hurts, but this might be the type of D they need. They already got, Girard, and they already got, obviously Cal McCarr, Devin Taves. Yeah, that's a good, I don't know. This is actually a really good move for them, and dumping a piece that wasn't helping them and replace with Casey Middlestad. So pretty astute moves by Colorado. And then they got Jakob Trenin, who will really, I think, is going to be a good piece in Colorado. The Tarasenko move really rounds out Florida's lineup. Surprised they didn't get a little bit more for him. Maybe he was calling his shot. The Anthony Mantha deal, I think he's had a good year. He's a big body. If he can stay off the IR, this could be really helpful. He can score goals. He can lean on guys. He's willing to fight. You're seeing him fight. I thought this would have been a good move for Toronto to help them out on depth. Is he a right shot defenseman? I hope so, because everybody else is left. Curtis McDermott, nothing there. But you can see this was a precursor to clearing out some room to get some of these other pieces. And then the Chris Tanev deal. So Tanev, the best piece in all of this. Parts going back to Calgary, New Jersey getting in on the action for some retention. But Chris Tanev, let's not throw Dallas under the bus. Dallas is a contender. Bemstrom has played pretty well, and Nylander, what the heck is going on? Bemstrom's played pretty well over there, but Nylander has got does he get 5 or 6 goals since coming over? He had a hat trick. What the hell? And then all this kicked off with the Lindholm and Monahan deals. And that's way back a month and a bit ago. So that's on. I don't want to forget this drama. And Jamie Drysdale's hurt, right? Is he done for the year? Interesting. They'd cleared out Thomas Tatar, so that's interesting. So that's where it all started. All right. So we've been talking about all the moves. Right now, 3 left and 3 right. Perfect. That's perfection, my friends. Dallas is too slow. Really? Dallas is too slow. That is interesting. I have not thought of that before. So, Jason Robertson, legit. Joe Pavelski could never skate. His game is not predicated upon his ability to skate fast. Rupe Hens is a monster. I love Rupe Hens, and he'll be a big playoff performer, in my opinion. Don't want to jinx you. Really? You think Dallas is too slow? Let's look at this. Love this guy. Love this guy. He doesn't matter how he can skate. Duchesne is not slow. I just don't think he's an intense guy. Stankoven, holy crow. Let's talk about Stankoven for a second. He is not going back anywhere to the AHL. Wyatt Johnson, did he have 5 points the other night? Jamie Benn is still a monster. So Wyatt Johnson ain't slow. Stankoven ain't slow. Duchesne ain't slow. Mason Marchman's a big, big body on the wing that not a lot of teams have. Jamie Benn, play center, play wing, get some points. What I don't see in here, and I don't know the answer, is when is Seguin back? And you still got Dadonov. I don't see anything that's holding you back here. In fact, says a third line center on a lot of teams. And you got Craig Smith, a real talented guy on the fourth line. Sam Steele's serviceable. He's not fast, but he's smart. He's capable of chipping in offensively. He's a good 200-foot player, former WHL player. That is a great team, man. What is Dellandrea doing, by the way? Like, is he doing much this year? I don't even know the answer to this. He's one of those guys where when he was drafted, we were all like, what? Who? Why? What? And then he's an NHLer. 8 points in 35 games. Yeah, that's what I thought. So they could, he's just holding a spot for Dadonov and Seguin, right? Until they come back. And Sagan's got 20 goals, 58 games. Marchman's got 18 goals in 63 games. This is a guy that great in Florida. Wyatt Johnston, 20 years old, 48 points in 64 games. Pavelski, 51 points in 64 games. Rupi Hintz, 25 goals, 53 points in 63 games. 6'3", 6'4" monster. Matt Duchene, soft as butter, 23 goals, 56 points in 62 games. And then leading scorer Jason Robinson. His goals are down a little bit this year, but still 61 points in 64 games. He's 6'3", California kid. He's a soft 6'3", like he's a little bit lanky. And then Dadonov's got 12 goals in 50 games. Is he coming back? He's a power play specialist. And you look at the D, Hezekainen, Thomas Harley, 14 goals in 61 games, guys. Thomas Harley, I remember looking at Thomas Harley a year and a half ago. I was like, God, I thought he was going to be so good. Yep. Nope. Wasn't my imagination. Hezekainen, elite young defenseman, great skater, not slow. Esa Lindell, he's a very good defenseman. He's an excellent number 3-4 defenseman. And then you got Chris Tanev. Hakanpää's a monster, right? This is the guy, he's a monster. Ryan Suter's older than dirt from the prehistoric ages, so they'll get Dadonov and Seguin out, I assume. Do they make any moves here? They might not have any latitude to make any moves here. But Stankoven and Wyatt Johnston, OHL, WHL, Team Canada, super underrated players. They will kill you. People are like, oh, Logan Stankoven's 5'8", maybe. Yeah, he ain't going back to the AHL. 5 goals in 6 games, 8 points. The Dallas Stars is not your imagination. 57 points this year in the AHL in 47 games. Watch Stankoven a lot in the WHL. A lot. He ain't going back. He is a killer. All right, we got some breaking news. Yeah, true. But come on. Doesn't matter. They're so good. And like, who thought Thomas Harley was going to fulfill his potential? Because he looked like maybe he wouldn't. Real good OHL player. He's just like talented, not afraid. If you like Alex DeBrincat, why wouldn't you like Logan Stankoven? And he's probably thicker than DeBrincat. Man, it's just, that could be, they're in the mix. Yeah. Well, Toronto's a fast team, but Toronto's like, I don't think that's, I think that Dallas is a heavy team. Yeah, Tampa got Duclair. That's an interesting one. I mean, he's fast and he can score. Yeah, but it's regular season. I'm sorry. Their defense is so much better than Toronto's. Their goaltending with Jake Ottinger and another 1992 GTHL always said Scotty Wedgwood was the best goalie there. Scotty Wedgwood in our summer league teams and the Carnivale League. Scotty Wedgwood on our Rockets tournament team and spring tournament teams. Scotty Wedgwood, I'm telling you, was always like, he would steal games. Stole games in the OHL, stole games in the AHL. And when someone recognized and gave him an NHL contract, I'm like, you will not be disappointed. New Jersey, Dallas, Scotty Wedgwood is the real deal. Took him a little while, but that happens. What is this? Don't get this. PK Subban has a better chance of playing in the NHL than Malcolm right now. I wouldn't mind getting Elvis for Allen. Jesus. What is that? Anyways, I love Logan Stankoven. If you watch Wyatt Johnson, was he the first overall pick in the OHL one year? Or was he leading scorer in the OHL? And then they got him late. And he looks like he's 12 years old. Like he's got maybe 160 pounds, 155 pounds. Kill you. Just kill you with his talent and his intelligence. Wyatt Johnson, Logan Stankoven, under the radar. That's your third line. Dallas is no joke. You put, Sagan in there. You have the power play specialist Dadonov. You still have a really talented player in Craig Smith. Radek Faskot, on most teams, you would want him as your second line centerman. Not your second, your third. No, he could flex up. I don't think he's got enough offense to be a consistent producer as second line, but as your third line centerman on most teams, you would want Radek Faskot. And he can produce more offense than he gets there. I think he just, he's stacked chips behind everybody. Never count Jamie Benn out. I like Mason Marchment. Like, who would not like a big 6'4" goal scoring maniac? Never understood why teams didn't keep him. So I don't know. I think, and then that defense, I get what you're saying about this pair, but who's getting by Asa Lindell and Chris Tanev? Like, who is getting by them? Thomas Harley, minute muncher, 14 goal point producer. Lindell's super consistent. You're not getting him for his offense, but he's capable. And then you got Miro Hezekainen, who is like 8th in scoring with 42 points in 53 games. He's missed 11 games, and he still has 42 points. Is there a better skater in the NHL? Yes, but not many than Miro Hezekainen. Remember when Timothy Liljegren in that draft was supposed to be the top defenseman, and then all of a sudden Hezekainen and a bunch of other guys popped up ahead against him? Exactly. Excellent PK, 200-foot player, strong center. You can match up against other guys, and he's got a little more offense than you would normally see. Like, if you put him in another team, or if guys got hurt, you can flex him up to the second or third line in a pinch. He could consistently play third line, no problem. Third and fourth lines. Exactly. That is what will power them, and that defense, and that goaltending. Scotty Wedgwood, if, let's say, something happened to Ottinger, he's off or whatever, you could put Scotty Wedgwood in and he'll shock you and steal a game. He'll throw a shutout just because he emotionally wants to beat you. That's Scotty Wedgwood. You got to watch for guys like that. That's Scotty Wedgwood. Lindell used to play with them. Yeah, that's a bad combination, probably. Toffoli could be headed to Winnipeg. What? I got to text his dad. What? What are we talking about here? Winnipeg? We're going to have to text Rob and ask him. I just text his dad, Jets. Tyler Toffoli has been super underpaid in his career. Look at this guy's statistics. You go, oh, they're slow players. Yeah, people go look at Toffoli and they go, slow player. Monster goal scorer capability. Like, he's just got that shot, and he's timing, and he's got soft hands. He's a great guy in the dressing room. Wow, Winnipeg not screwing around. What? Is this real? Oh, I did not see this coming. So, correct me if I am wrong. Sean Monahan played for Ottawa in the OHL. You know who also played there? Tyler Toffoli. Am I wrong? Okay, let's look. Sean Monahan. Am I misremembering this? Ottawa 67s. Tyler Toffoli, 100 points. He won the OHL scoring championship, 52 goals, 100 points. Shane Prince was on that team, never really panned out. Sean Monahan and Cody Ceci were on that team. So this is reuniting the Ottawa guys. And what does Rob say? Yuck. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Okay, well, you guys want a scoop? I'm not going to say it again. Oh, my God. So I won't repeat what was just said to me. Wow. Well, I have my own scoop. So Toffoli's a great kid. Not even a kid. He's not a kid anymore. Coached against him when he was 13. Killed you with his shot. I remember saying to Dan Cameron, the coach, I go, in the one game, he took a game over and scored a. I'm like, that was a pro goal. He goes, that was a pro goal. That's right, Dan Cameron. I would love to have Dan Cameron. Dan, I'm going to text you, and you should come on live with me. People don't know who Dan Cameron is. Coached Eric Lindros, coached that 1992 Toronto Junior Canadians team with like Tyler Toffoli, Johnny McFarlane, Chase Balassi, who was the best 12-year-old in the world at one point, played, AHL. Is he still playing? I think Chase is still playing somewhere in Europe, maybe. Devontae Smith-Pelly. And then there was like Riley Brace was on that team. There's some really good players. I mean, they won the GTHL champion every year. Like for like 6 years, all 6 years. I mean, listen, this is good for Winnipeg's not a great place, but on paper, you've added Monahan and Toffoli. Now, the issue I always had in Winnipeg was like this, the D, but let's look at, I don't think that's a problem anymore. Like, so you got Scheifele, Monahan. You're going to slot in, you've been playing Nemenstikov with this line. You've been playing Iafallo with this line. You got Niederreiter on the third line. I love Adam Lowry. You got Scheifele, Monahan, and Lowry, 1, 2, 3 down the middle. Perfetti, very capable player. You're going to slot in, you love Mason Appleton. Iafallo just not consistent offensively enough. Nemenstikov, that's his career, right? Capable, but not offensively consistent enough. You throw in Toffoli with Scheifele, or, you reunite Monahan with Toffoli. And I say reunite, where I don't know if they were in Calgary together. They weren't, right? But they were in Ottawa. The Ottawa 67 reunited. Rental for sure. Oh my God. This is why you parents after I mean, I don't believe looking at this lineup that they're going to do anything. However, I mean, I just don't like this overall, right? Now, you've got otherworldly goaltending with Hellebuck. If Gabe Vilardi could ever get healthy, you would slot in Gabe, probably, maybe move Ehlers back to the right side. Nino Niederreiter is very capable playing on the second line. It seems to be playing pretty well with Lowry. I really like this Lowry, Appleton, Niederreiter line. So if you bump like Iafallo down, you bump Nemenstikov to wherever you feel like, and you've got Toffoli and you've got a healthy Gabe Vilardi, which is always a question mark. That's damn good. Kyle Connor, underrated superstar. Brendan Dillon, don't mind him. Neil Pionk, very underrated offensive, but he's tiny, right? Like puck carrier. Logan Stanley's not tiny. Dylan Sandberg's pretty decent. And, people say Josh Morrissey, I know, had a monster year last year. I haven't really kept track. Is he having a monster year this year? Man, that really is an interesting move. But yeah. Breaking news, Tyler Toffoli will not be resigning in Winnipeg, is my opinion, based on the texts I'm getting. What Devils need is another goal other than goaltending to right the ship. The defense needs to be healthy. Jack Hughes has missed a considerable amount of time. He sure has missed time. They got good young players coming up. I love Simon Nemec. Okay. I love, the Luke Hughes, and you've got like Dougie Hamilton out. And get that team without Dougie Hamilton the year before and with them last year, night and day, right? Playoff team. And that's the difference. Yeah, he will absolutely help. Toffoli's a special player in the playoffs. Good for the Jets. Agreed. Winnipeg's are legit. They are pretty freaking legit. I don't love the defense still, but you got Hellebuck in there, and Boissac can pinch in. But the real key is there. You got probably like top 3 NHL goalie right there. Do you think the Panthers are going to make another trade? Jacob. Who? Jacob who? Because Chikrin's in Ottawa. Is that the Jacob you're thinking of? Who we thinking? Clayton Keller's there. Who's Jacob? I don't see a Jacob. Are you talking about our friend Jake Chikrin, who's in Ottawa? Correct. Yeah. The biggest issue with Larry has always been health. His back has been wonky since he was like 18, and he wasn't always doing the things to get it under control. I don't know if it was a disc issue or what it was. I remember texting with Rob, like, what's going on with them? And they were dead silent. I don't know. I always loved Gabe Vilardi. When that draft, it was Gabe Vilardi, played in Kingston. Jay Varady was the coach. Jay Varady, who is an ex-Everett Silvertips coach, was the coach in Kingston, now an assistant coach for the Detroit Red Wings. I loved Vilardi. I was like, man, that guy's so good. Love him. He can skate. That's about it. And part of that deal, right? To get Pierre-Luc Dubois, which ain't looking so good. And LA is going to survive that. If they move him for a goalie, that would be the best thing. Boston ain't moving Allmark for Pierre-Luc Dubois, I hope. Cannot see that. Jets are still not a contender. They have a lot to prove, right? But Rick Bowness took Dallas to the finals. I was always like, God, he's like a career assistant coach, never had success as a head coach. I like Rick Bowness. I think Rick Bowness has found his, groove at an older age. I mean, this has to do with ownership and the cost of tickets and the treatment of fans. You could see in that one press conference with Gary Bettman how out of touch the owner is. Who's like, well, we can't work here if we don't fill the building. Like, you're going to guilt fans into showing up? Come on, give me a break. You have the smallest arena in the NHL next to Arizona. It should always be full. You've got diehard fans there. They're all hurting. Massive inflation in Canada, and then you're screwing around with things at the arena. Listen, I'm pulling for Edmonton. There's parity in the NHL. There's some crazy stuff. You'd be mad, man, to bet against Vegas going back. They get Stone back, and man, they're interesting. Oh, you know what? If you had a Shabbat or a Chikrin in Winnipeg, that would be a really big addition for them. That would be a difference maker in Winnipeg, in my opinion. What's going on with the young Finnish defenseman? Vinny Hanola? Like, what's going on? So you think they're a mediocre roster? I think they're a mediocre defense. Like, I don't love this. To me, I've never thought he was a number one. He had big number one numbers. He's really jived with Rick Bowness. Dylan DeMello's okay. Pionk's he'll put up points. I like Brendan Dillon, but maybe not there. You like Logan Stanley. Do I love this? But you put a Jacob Chikrin here. Is Jacob a right shot? So we fixed the top lines, right? We put Toffoli here. You've got Velarde up there. Velarde's probably playing the left side, so maybe you move Ehlers over. So maybe you go Kyle Connor, Scheifele, and Toffoli, and then you go Velarde, Monahan, and our friend Ellers, right? Moves to the right side. You probably put Toffoli with Monahan just because of the history there. That should work. But either way, you got options. You still have Nito Niederreiter on the third line, guys. Adam Lowry is a monster to play against, and Mason Appleton plays hard. You still have Cole Perfetti. High hockey IQ. You still got otherworldly goaltending with Connor Hellebuck. Wherever the heck that is. Where is it? There it is. With Wasab. But this is your stud, right? And he's taking some games off him, so that helps. Man, they low-key could be, but it's tough, man. They're in the West. Like, I don't see them better than Edmonton. They're deep. Savard to Winnipeg would seal the deal. I don't know. Why do you guys like him now? When you guys hated this guy before. Now I see everybody like, he's great. Oh, boy, I got a husky. Oh, boy, come here. Oh. Let's see. Oh, sorry. Oh, no. The husky came in. Sorry. Compared to Montreal, geez, Heishire is injured. That's what's killed them. Winnipeg are big, fast, physical, need one more solid D and Scheifele. I think they need 2 D, but maybe they might, one, like a Jacob Chikrin would be a big difference maker. Maybe that's the last piece, but they're still not like a shoe-in. You start matching them up against Edmonton, you start matching them up against Vegas, you've got to think that's tough. Okay, it's cheap enough, and he's going to get 20 goals again. Who knew? I didn't even know. I thought he was having a terrible year again. Is Yzerman having a press conference post-deadline? Probably. From his kitchen, right? 100%. What corporations are there? Like, Winnipeg's this is a ridiculous situation. By the way, like, grassroots, they've done a great job with the junior Coyotes there. I will consistently say that. They're hosting the tier 1 championships, which I'm missing to be on this, which I need to go back and now watch the games. The tier 1 Rocky Mountain districts, not tier 1s, the Rocky Mountain District championships. Tier 1 are there. That's who I'm watching, the 2009 birth year guys. Florida and Colorado. And Edmonton, I don't know. I'm pulling for Edmonton. Colorado looks really good, though. And Vegas looks really good. Do you think Florida can make another big-time trade after getting Tarasenko? Did we already post this? Maybe. I think that, if they get anyone, imagine Chikrin and Ekblad. Now, if they need offense, Buchnevich would be the guy. Okay. I don't know if that matters. It's a working class city. People are struggling there. Inflation's nuts. Okay. Like, inflation's crazy, and the ownership group is jacked prices on an arena that, the ownership's fighting with fans. That's dumb in a place like Winnipeg. You're lucky you have an NHL team. There should be a team in Quebec before Winnipeg. Yeah. And he's cheap. Is he making under $5 million? Come on. He's a number 1, number 2 defenseman on most teams. Is he small? Middlestat shows up and fits in for sure. I just don't see him being a Ooh. Patty Maroon playing Stanley Cup roulette again here. Great addition. You gotta love Patty Maroon, former London Knight, right? Husky, yeah, the Husky just went outside. She was giving me grief. I already took this dog. The dog took me through the damn woods today. It was like, what are you doing? We have like 4.5 acres. Our neighbors have 30, and she's used them all today. Interesting. That's an annoying line. That is an annoying line. Trent Fredericks. Boston added more grit and size. Can't skate, but it doesn't matter. Patty Maroon will figure out a way to have an impact. Yeah, I have a hard time, even with the deal. Ugh. Yeah, Arizona State done a great job with NCAA hockey too. The whole arena situation makes no sense to me. Can you see Provorov being moved to New York Islanders? Maybe. I like Provorov. Yeah, they've done a really good job. I mean, Austin Matthews being your best example. Matthew Nye is another example. Watch these guys when they were like 13, 14. Now, otherworldly. What? What does this mean? Is this real? He went after Brad Treveling? Max Domi's lucky he has a job. Our second went from New Jersey to from Winnipeg. It's the fourth that I got traded. Okay. It's interesting. Isn't that funny how some picks just keep getting bounced around? Wow. All right. So let's just go back here. It's been busy. And I know Enertab had asked a question and I didn't mean to dodge it. It is trade deadline day. So the Kuznetsov deal, I think, is a big one. Guentzel's obviously a big one. And I think Ty Smith is an underrated move for Carolina. So Carolina's dealing themselves into the East. Pittsburgh at the same time got an absolute haul of, prospects, a legit NHL player in Bunting who he's reunited with. And, if they can sign Cruz Lucius, he's got potential to play in the NHL. Like, honestly, Cruz Lucius, you would compare favorably maybe to Cole Perfetti. I know that sounds crazy. He's talented. He just physically. I think Montreal should wait and be active in the market this summer instead. I don't think they should be active in anything except stocking prospects. Is Montreal going to sign players? I don't think that's smart. I think they just keep stocking prospects, give guys like Slav and Suzuki time, and give them more talent around them. He's what he's always been. He's highly talented. He's small. He's willing to scrap, but he's not going to be a consistent point producer. I think the guys like him. He's got, but you're not, I don't know. He's a weird package, that's the problem. It's not going to be, Arizona's like, is he going to be a franchise player? No. Okay, move him. Great. He's got franchise attitude. Okay. He is what he is. All right, so we're saying, let's just refresh this. Any updates? Nope. So I don't see the Toffoli trade there. So we see Kuznetsov moved. So you're saying on the tweet machine on Twitter? Are we saying on Twitter, who are we following? The real Elliot Friedman. I got suckered in with the fake Elliot Friedman. Is this the real one? It's not the real one, guys. It's got the Bieber jacket on. Who else do we follow here, guys? This guy? I don't know. It's all all over the place. Let's look. Where's the Toffoli? Is Jake Allen getting moved? What? No, I'd be shocked at that. I mean, you should move him and get something, but yeah, he'll help him, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm pulling for Ty. Who's the followers? We had 83 followers. Is that what you're talking about? Sportsnet has them TSN. Fleeced. Who got fleeced? What? Why? Jake Guentzel is an unrestricted free agent. They could re-sign him. If they want him, Sydney wants him, he'll resign. They get Bunting, who's on a pretty reasonable contract. He's got 13 goals. He's on pace for another 20-goal season. He's able to play physical. Reunited, capable third-line guy that can flex up to the second. He's shown he can play with talented players. He's a pretty consistent offensive player. They get 3 prospects. One of them, Cruz Lucius, I like. I think that might be an underrated. He just needs time in the NCAA and then AHL. He's a smart, talented player. Like, if you like Cole Perfetti, you might really like Cruz Lucius. Not saying he's exactly at that level, but he's pretty damn close. If you like, the other guy, the Russian kid, he can score. So he's got a little bit of offense. He's 21, and they get a 20-year-old prospect. And then if they do anything, they get a first. They're at least going to get a second-round pick. I don't think he got fleeced. He's just a weird player because he doesn't look like he's a great skater, but he puts up points. Maybe he doesn't do everything without the puck that you want, but sometimes he does, So I don't know. I don't know why he's been so underpaid, Intertap. He should be making a lot more money in the NHL. Hopefully someone gives him a damn contract finally. He's at the end here. He's a 92 birth year, so he's going to be 32 or, 32. Jeez, I remember he was like 13. So I don't know. Really? I think they could recover him leaving. I don't think there's any guarantee he stays. I don't see why. If he's a rental for what they gave up, fine. I don't think you're worried about losing Bunting. He's replaceable. I think that as good as the prospects are, they're not going to fall apart without him. If they win a cup, that's all that matters. I don't know why you say Bunting is not a good player. He's a 20-goal scorer in the NHL. He's willing to play physically. He's shown he can play with, good players. He's a -15. I don't think he's a bad player. You got to think of what he is and for what he is. If you have him on your third line, he flexes up to the second when you need him, and he gets you 20 goals. That's pretty good. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Even if they don't, this is going to be a retool or bring in young guys thing. If the Pens can re-sign him, they got Bonanza. Biggest blockbuster of the day is Malcolm's. Oh my God. Yeah, Bunting's okay, exactly. Being messaged here. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting moves today. The Carolina, man. Oh boy. All in caps, RJ. Yeah, we heard about Patty Moon from Minnesota. They moved to Haim. So Minnesota's waving the flag, right? They're like, we're out. But maybe not. Those are not superstar players for them. It's not like they're trading Kaprizov or Ekman, Eriksson Ek or whatever his name. Yeah, Eriksson Ek is the other guy. They're missing some parts though. They need the salary cap to go up so that they can overcome the Suter and Parise dead cap. $20 goals helps, man. 20 goals in the NHL is like you stack those chips all you can. Look at Detroit's successes stacking 20 goal scorers this year. If you have a bunch of 20 goal scorers, that really helps. There's a math to it a little bit. We added Trennan, Duhaime, Middlestad, and Walker. I'm liking it. Yeah, I don't mind these moves. I mean, Middlestad probably solves a problem for them on the second line. He doesn't have to be the guy, which is not his role. He's highly talented. He's going to play with some winners. I hate that you lost Byram, but Walker's a very good NHL defenseman. He did very well in Philadelphia this year. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. The bad penalties part is not good. That I agree with this. I agree that this would drive Rod Brindamore, Rod the Bod, mad. I like him. He's tough and quick and smart, like for the most part. Like he's a good contributor. Okposo to the Panthers. What? Say what? You know, you got to give Kyle Okposo props, right? Former New York Islander captain. He's got 12 goals and 22 points, 61 points. He's a big, strong guy, veteran NHLer, man. Whew. I like his character. Minnesota guy, 35 years old now. Is he 36? Somewhere around there. Yeah, that's interesting. That, that's Let's take a look at your Canadian sites because sometimes they have. Where's the trade tracker? That's what we want. We just want the facts, people. So Patty Maroon for TBD. So I don't know what that is. Malcolm Subban. Like I didn't even know he's still playing anywhere. Like what is this? I don't get this. Is he going to be the goalie? Are they going to trade Ms. Lurkins? Are they going to trade like one of Columbus's goalies to get? Did they get Ms. Lurkins to get some? That could be interesting. If you traded Elvis to Edmonton, would that be a good move if you're Edmonton? Toffoli, what did we think this was for? Was this for picks? For a second round pick or something? This is a good move no matter what. Kuznetsov could be very underrated depending on how he responds to this. Guentzel and Smith. I think Kyle Dubas did pretty good here. I like Cruz Lucius. Ponomarev is pretty good prospect. Second round pick. He's shown he can score a little bit. They'll at least get a second round pick. This could flex up to a first if they make the final. That's what I believe it said, right? And then I think they get the fifth if they win the cup. I don't see Tampa in the mix, but they might try. I just don't. Their defense is terrible now. Trennan is an underrated Avalanche acquisition. Duhaime is an underrated acquisition. Stetcher's a good depth defenseman. This is whatever. Beauvillier, that's So they bring in Beauvillier and they move out Trennan. Kind of weird. I don't know. It's like 1-for-1 maybe. Trennan might be a better goal scorer, but Beauvillier is faster. Edmondson, I think, was a good pickup. The Hanfin, Hanfin and Mantha to Vegas, and then you add back in Stone, you add back in Martinez. Wenberg, I just don't understand this. What is he going to do there? Is he going to play wing? Is he going to play third line center? Middlestad, I think they gave up a lot, but they got a lot. Walker's very underrated defenseman, and they got rid of a problem in the room. This didn't really work out. This is who you got instead of Comfer, who is just cannot be a second line center overall. Like he's doing the job in Detroit for the most part, but Detroit's not a Stanley Cup contender. The Tarasenko move, real good. So wow, interesting few days. This could be it. I mean, that would be an interesting final again. But what would be better is the Edmonton Oilers in the final and Carolina Hurricanes. That would be the final I would like to see now. Or Dallas. No, I want Edmonton over Dallas, but Dallas could be there too. Dallas has been there, right? They didn't quite pull it off. Yeah, hey, this is not going to hurt Florida. For what did he do? I didn't even see. I think he's a good defenseman, by the way, very underrated. So it's been there's a lot of activity, guys. Lots of activity. I think Carolina's dealt themselves into a situation, into the situation where they can be a legit contender coming from the East. If you look at the East, oh, got it. Cross check to the head. I didn't see this. I don't like watching Boston, Toronto together. Two teams I don't want to watch. Well, that's interesting because if you look at their record, it's not been good since a hot start, but I believe they'll get in. If they don't get in, can you imagine? That would be wacky. No, I don't see that. I don't see anything from Montreal. I don't think there's going to be anything from Detroit. Detroit had a phenomenal offseason. They've got Simon Edmondson, Albert Johansson in the minors. They've got Jonathan Berggren should be in the NHL. Whatever happened to Elmer Soderblom? Ben Myers for a mid-round pick. I don't know what that is. Anderson Armia for Crosby. Yeah, good choice. We have a minor league deal. Huh. Don't count them out. Don't count them out, Steve G. They are the Stanley Cup champions. They got very good goaltending. They're probably the best D in the NHL. I'm sorry. Who's better than Vegas on D? Maybe Carolina. Maybe Carolina. Still got Eichel. You got Carlson. Stone's going to be dealt back in come playoffs. Martinez will be back in. All right. So just to shift gears here. Let's see. Let's see. So if we just want to shift gears, I know Enertab had asked this question. Still on the board, guys. Buchnevich. We know that the Toffoli shoe is dropped. Buchnevich presumably still on the board. Will there be any goalies moved today? I don't see Allmark moving anywhere. Zucker. He could be useful. Zucker could be a useful piece. I think whoever gets Buchnevich at this point, does he go back to the Rangers? They really don't want to move Brennan Othman, and I don't blame them. I think Othman could help them this year, but they do need another top six guy. And Buchnevich, I never understood why they moved him. He is like very underrated player. When he was healthy, St. Louis was a totally different team. Yeah, this one's unexciting. All right. Do you guys want me to shift for a second? We were talking about the NHL draft. I know way back Enertap had a question on this. Macklin, to me, still going first. I'd be shocked if this changed. Demidov, I'm seeing rated higher, and I don't know if this is based upon anything. I have to ask my Russian agent friends who have the finger on the pulse of the Russian players. He's playing in the MHL for a reason, first of all. Not playing in the KHL for a reason. He's playing to avoid what happens to Mishkov, which is not good. Mishkov's there's some bad mob stuff going on there with Mishkov. Mishkov having a phenomenal year. Does he ever come over? It's going to be interesting to see. Demidov playing in the MHL to avoid a professional contract because they're just locking in Mishkov forever. It's a forever contract if you start looking at what they've done to him. So Demidov trying to avoid that. The best thing for him would have been to come to the OHL, but the OHL, of course, or the WHL, the problem is the visa situation and the war. I don't think so. But he might be the second. He's really good. I'm, partial to Macklin. I've seen Macklin play a lot in the Tier 1 Elite League and then again at Shattuck. And then, I think you've got a mixed bag here. I really like the season Caden Lindstrom's had. Sam Dickinson, I don't know why people sleep on him. This guy's moved up. We'll see. Berkeley Caton's not a big guy. He's listed 5'11". Is he 5'11"? I'm not sure. Super talented player from across the pass in Washington State here, or Spokane. He is a really, really freaking good player. Consta Helenis, haven't really seen him too much, but by all accounts, I've seen him as high up as fourth. Zeev Buium, his brother, drafted by the Red Wings. He's a little smaller than his brother, but he's highly talented. When he was at Shattuck, I think he was like their number 3 or 4 defenseman at the time, by the way. It's a 14-year-old. He's definitely, obviously, surpassed guys. Really smart, talented player, ex-LA Junior King. Cole Yzerman has dropped this far. I'm having a hard time with an elite goal scorer. No matter what, if you get Cole Yzerman at 10, you're like, thank you. Okay, is he a complete player? No, he's an imperfect overall player, but he is an elite goal scorer. He's a monster goal scorer. And that's why he was, people are saying he's a shoo-in as the second pick. This Carter's had a really good year. But, you're still not talking about this other guy, Zane Perrick, and TJ Ginla is no bum. TJ Ginla, man, I don't know. So I guess if you're Montreal and you get Berkeley, smaller, talented player, very intelligent, he could be along the lines of a DeBrincat, or do I think he's going to play center in the NHL is the question. Not sure about that, but man, he's a really good player. So if you got a Caden Lindstrom, a Berkeley Catton, I don't know if I would like Zeev Buium this high. And honestly, depends what you want, but Cole Yzerman can really score. He might be a 30, 40 goal scorer in the NHL. He also might have a career. If you like Tyler Toffoli, why wouldn't you like Cole Yzerman? And this is funny. You say that. His mom, I'm trying to think what his mom told me. His mom was like, yeah, don't sleep on Zeev. But, I mean, Shai was definitely great mom, great family, by the way. Really nice people. For the modern game, maybe. Because of his offensive skill. But is Zeev Buium better than Zane Perrick? If you have those two defensemen, I have a hard time not taking Perrick. He's a real smooth skater, right? He's a real smart heads-up player. The brother's bigger, and I think that the older brother that was picked by the Red Wings, he's a little inconsistent. Yzerman's elite, man. I mean, I'm sorry, he's an elite goal scorer. Now, do you love the rest of his game? But he could totally be a big-time goal scorer in the NHL. Worst case, I think he's like a Tyler Toffoli type player. Tej. I think Tej is really underrated. Huh. Where did they get back? Prospects? I mean, this will help. He's a serviceable defenseman. I don't think that'll hurt for a fourth. Okay, that's cheap. That's super cheap. Chad Ruhwedel is not bad at all. So if you're Montreal and Cole Yzerman is there, you should take him. It is tough to look at Berkeley. I think he's smaller than Cole and maybe doesn't have the goal scoring upside, but he's definitely a more complete player overall. Does he end up playing center in the NHL? I don't know. That seems tricky. And then he might have a, Caden Lindstrom's a really interesting package if he drops. I mean, he's had a big year, right? Big player. But to me, I think if you're Montreal and Cole Eiserman's there, you take him. And then the only debate is, is Berkeley Caden there? Just looking at that. If Demidov's there, you really think about that too, but then you have the Russian factor. And I believe he's playing in the MHL for a reason. And his stats are a little padded because of that, or a lot padded because of that, because he should be in the KHL. But there's a reason he's not, because he's trying to avoid the Michkov situation. We're back to the new Iron Curtain, except it's on the other side. So that's kind of my feeling. I don't think that you let a Cole Eiserman drop below 7. And you just understand his imperfections. Yeah, basically free. It's a full, yeah. It was I confirmed it before with a text from with a one-word answer that was like, I really want to say it, but I'm not going to. I think the message is, this is a rental. It's like Ty's going to sign somewhere else. Second and a third for Tyler. Okay, great. I think that gives him a real shot. They're going to be in the playoffs. He's going to play a big role in trying to help them get over the hump. Makes them so much stronger. If they get Velarde back, if Cole Perfetti can regain his game, which I don't, he will. You got Niederreiter on the third line, Iafolo on the third or fourth line. Like they're pretty good. Really? I just don't get if he's that good. Like when they said he's so good, and then he got traded, and it's like, ooh, he's not that good. Now he's like a great player again because he's in Montreal. I don't get it. It's a great move for them, for sure. Can you imagine if they could pull off a Jacob Chikrin, though? That would be a game changer for them. That would be my feeling. Yeah, interesting. So, long of the short of it, I think this is a pretty good draft. Do I think what's Macklin going to be? I think he'll be like a number 1 centerman type. He's got a very complete package. He's above average in a bunch of areas. Demidov is an interesting player. Could be a real Kaprizov type, maybe more on the playmaking side than goal scoring, but he can score. He's playing in a not amazing junior league. I mean, this is not good. The MHL is not great. But he's trying to avoid the KHL. So don't get blurred by his stats. Is he better than Michkov? Not sure about that, guys. But Michkov's put himself in a situation where he may never be able to get out of Russia. So the Green Bay defenseman, real good. Don't know the Silva. We should probably have Vlad on this call from Gold Star. I'll ask him if he wants to be on. We should get Vlad on and do a live and talk about the Russian prospects. Maybe. I mean, he's serviceable, right? Ideally, in my opinion, he's a number 5. Maybe he can flex up to 4. I mean, I guess the question is, where is Montreal at? You're in this limbo with Kirby. Like, is Kirby ever going to have the career you want, or is he the next Nolan Patrick? Well, if you're the Jets and you can pull off something where you get a Jacob Chikrin, ooh, that's, now you're talking. You got the best goalie in the world. You've added a guy that's presumably maybe your best or second best defenseman, depending on your opinion of Josh Morrissey, and you bump everyone else down. You built Dylan Sandberg down, or Dylan DeMello, right? That's what you want. Good luck. Yeah. Well, Detroit's quiet too. If well, okay, if you sent Matheson to Winnipeg, what would you get back? Second, third pick, or a prospect? And he's playing on the power play for you guys, but he's probably what, their number 4? Right. So overall, by the way, so just to wrap this on this, there's some pretty good talent in this draft. There's guys like Zane I can see moving up. TJ can, if someone gets TJ around here, they're gonna be real happy. The drop of Yzerman is probably because of his incomplete game, but what he does very well is like really, I think he does better than probably anyone up to about here, right? Like none of these guys are going to score like Cole Yzerman, and nobody after him, and maybe not even up here. Like Macklin's got a great shot; he can really score. And funny enough, he's usually, I think, in the USHL. If they show it, his stats here, yeah. So in the USHL, he had 46 goals and 40 assists. He's got 28 goals and 23 assists for Boston University. But he is a good playmaker. But those stats are always weird, right? Like you look at Shattuck, he was an assist first guy, but man, he can create his own shot, and he's got a legit shot. And he will be shoot first if it makes sense. And you even go back here, 49 goals, 45 assists. When I see patterns like that, it is not a coincidence. Like he was a very good player here. Okay, like so that is a little weird. I do think he's a centerman. I do think he's a very good playmaker. And I do think he's probably the best overall package here. But Cole Yzerman could be a better goal scorer. But he's not as complete by any means. Well, what happened? Oh, something's crashing here. I'm going to close a few things. Maybe that's smart. Let's see. So, long or the short of it, the guy that I'm still curious about is Buchnevich. And can someone pry Jacob Chikrin out of Ottawa? Very cheap contract. You probably don't even have to retain any salary in most cases. He's a number 1, number 2 defenseman. Is he a right shot? He's got a booming shot. He's physical. And he could be a difference maker in a Winnipeg or, well, anywhere. I mean, who else would need him? Imagine him in Edmonton. If you were Edmonton, you need a goalie still. You need someone to back up Stuart Skinner. They're going to ride Skinner. Oh, my God. I do not like Fantilli. I mean, I would rather have Celebrini. Fantilli has all the tools in the world. He's always picked his spot where he plays where he wants in a league that's below him. Now he's faced with the pros, and I bet you, I don't think he has. Who is the top Everett Silvertip prospect? Oh, I don't know. We got a lot of talent. We got a lot of talent in the wings, guys. I really like our Dallas guys. They're in Arizona right now in the Rocky Mountains. So we've got like a really big defenseman there that's really good. I really like Cam. We've got Booker is also on that team, and he's playing a year up. He's 15-year-old playing the 16U team along with Cam Dillard. And then Booker Toninato is a real good player that can play wing or center. And then we've got Keaton Martin, who's played 15U, and he's been the best player on that 15U team, and he's really blossomed. He had a very good camp. So that's our U.S. guys. It'll be interesting to see where I pick this year in the U.S. draft in May, because it's going to be we're having a very good year. Wilkie is real good for us. He's a really talented guy. Finn Warner is a really good goalie prospect. We got a lot of talent coming up. There's a lot of talent. When we go to camp, I'm like consistently impressed with the level of talent that we have. Like just coming up. Our 07s and our 08s. I mean, I think we've got a lot of talent. Let's take a look. Ben Hemmerling, by the way, having a great year for us. Is he 84 points right now? Hemmer, when he came into camp, was like 5'1". He's 5'11" now, but it's his smarts. He's scoring goals. He's our captain. Very good. 6th round pick of Vegas. Would not be shocked to see him in the NHL someday. Austin Roost having a great year. Dominic Ryman having a really good year. UC Miettinen going to be a draft pick this coming year in the draft. I bet you he goes in this 3rd round or something. So a lot to like about him. Kudos to our European scout for that. So let's see. If I look at last year, so if you're talking about draftable players, I mean, our Finnish import player, who I think will be back next year, maybe is he 2 more years? Really, really great prospect, I think. Do not trade this guy. You are crazy if you trade this guy. Why would you trade this guy? It makes no sense. Yeah, I don't think they should make a move, guys. I got to be honest. You got Simon Edmondson in the minors. Carter Mazur is playing really well. Marco Kasper's coming around. I didn't think he had a good camp, and he's not. I was like really worried about his offense, but he's starting to come around. Jonathan Berggren should be in the NHL in the top 6 right now. Like, why would you move this guy? I do not think Jonathan Berggren should be traded anywhere. I bet you teams are asking about him. I think they are ahead of schedule. Kosa is ahead of what I would have thought. I still think he's a year or 2 out, maybe more. I don't know. We'll see. But he's had a very good year, better than I thought he would have. Really? Oh, I don't think so. I think this was actually a very astute thing. Look who's won the Stanley Cup. Aside from Vasilevsky, who's having a terrible year and has no one to take games off. You burn goalies out. Look at Shesterkin. Jonathan Quick has been great. And Shesterkin will probably be better for the playoffs because of Jonathan Quick. And Jonathan Quick has won Stanley Cups, including last year, including with LA 2 years. You need 2 goalies, maybe 3, maybe 4. And having the 3 you have, not one of your guys is a true NHL number 1, in my opinion. And when you see good performances from Montembeault, Jake Allen, who's had an erratic career, and then a young Caden Primo, that's because they've been put in a spot where they succeed. And that's because they're playing like backups, all 3 of them. Maybe. Again, say Seattle's got Grubauer, they've got Kreider, and they got Decord. Do they move one of those? Maybe. Yeah, wouldn't you love that? The entire Hab drops are now a trade for. Yeah, no, there's no. That's not going to happen. Dreaming. You don't agree with what? The goalie situation? There's not a single number 1 goalie in Montreal. Very smart move, splitting it a third. And if you look at Boston, they have an excellent young goaltender in Swayman. They have Ullmark. Who's on and who's off? Look at Carolina, what they've done up to this point. It's goaltending, like you're playing a goalie 60 minutes a game, and then you think he's going to play 50, 60 games, and then you wonder why guys get injured and hurt. The math plays out. Like I can just tell you from talking to the goalie coaches and regular coaches, the current level of thought and the analytics around it. And having 2 guys won't hold you back. Not having a superstar number one is like a kind of a weird thing at the moment of the past. Like Shesterkin's supposed to be the best goalie in the world. Vasilevsky, the best goalie in the world, right? Like these are the best goalies in the world. Look at their numbers. They have no, Shesterkin's done better because of Quick. Who cares? Your feelings don't matter in the NHL lean or tap. They don't care. And the reality is what's best for the team. And what goalies don't like is never playing. If a goalie knows he's going to get 25, 30 games, and it's all about the expectation coming into the year. Montembeault is fine, but he wasn't like a great goalie before, but he's getting starts. And there's also a math of 67. So when you have a young goalie and you're breaking him in, look at Dustin Wolf. Why did Dustin Wolf get 6 games this year? And he'll get 20 games next year. They're trying to get goalies up to playing 67 games without exposing them. That's what they, because there's math that shows after 67 games, a goalie's mature in the NHL, but getting them there, you could, rip your team apart and you could kill the goalie's confidence. So what they try to do now is they're trying to tier them up, and Montreal having a third is not surprising. And Carolina was kind of a pioneer in this. Vegas was kind of a pioneer in a weird way. If you like, who would have thought Aiden Hill would have won the cup? He wasn't considered that great. Alex Lyon, has been very good in Detroit. They have 3 goalies for a reason. Husso's out. Reimer's Reimer, right? He'll steal you one game, shut out, blow a couple other games. Opens the door for Alex Lyon. And then they have a 4th goalie in Detroit, right? Is it Pickard? Or Hutchinson? And then, they're all playing ahead of Kosa. So there's a reason that teams are doing this. It's not like feeling. It's not gut. It's not like, I feel like I'm going to play them a third. Those days are gone. Carolina probably pioneered this because Carolina is very big on analytics. And the math shows third is actually really effective. Now they got 2 goalies now because, one's career's probably screwed. Like Anderson's hurt always, Ronta was always hurt. Well, I'm just telling you inside facts are that this is a smart move. By most teams have shown that it works. And this is not about like your desire as a fan or my desire as a fan to see the number 1 superstar goalie is always there. But that's not what's winning. Like what wins and what gets you in is you want to go into the playoffs healthy. You want guys to have a reasonable number of games and practice. And, the old school way of just 2 goalies and hoping one of them carries the load, it's not there. Allen, Monty, and Primo. This is my point. Not one of these guys is a true number 1. Allen is notably, he lost his job to Jordan Binnington, right? Because he was overused in a sense. And that's what teams see. They see goalies get hurt because they play 60 minutes a game. They practice. They have their goaltending coach time. And then you're going to think they're going to play 50, 60 games. And the game's so much faster and harder. And it's really tough and tight. And you can't do a lot of the stuff to protect goalies that you used to. Yes and no, right? Like, so the math shows, Detroit went into the season thinking they would have 3 goalies for a reason. And they're not the only one. I mean, is Robin Leonard done? So that's interesting. Zucker to Nashville. What's the return? But they signed them knowing that Anderson and Ranta were always injured. And then they matured and brought up a goalie and integrated him into the system. Look at Colorado. Where would Colorado be right now? Seattle got in the playoffs last year because they had 3+ goalies. That's why they got in. This year they only have 2. And what happened? Yes, Drager's finally coming back. But he's played 2 games. Grubauer's been hurt at times, right? He's a .500 goalie. But Seattle last year, what was the difference? Yes, Matty Beniers was having a good year, and he's in a sophomore slump. But the goalies, they got everybody's number 4 defenseman. Like Vince Dunn is not a number 1. And yes, some of the other guys are older, but you're like, look at the numbers and you're like, their goaltending doesn't even look that good. Why are they in? Because the goalie will go in, only play 25, 30 games, and he gets a win. He gets a win when he normally wouldn't get a win. He's fresh and he's hard to match up against the other team's goalie now. There's a science behind it. I'm not an expert on it, but that's what I understand. Zucker. Welcome to Nashville. Not Zuckerberg. Monty is passable. The other two are But, Jake Allen's had a long career, right? He's better when he plays 25, 30 games. Montembeault was not that great. He was like, I didn't know if he was going to stick in the NHL, and his numbers are pretty good. He knows the games he's getting. He knows he's going to get in the rotation. He doesn't have to carry the mail. There's that too, right? There's a lot of pressure on goalies. Oh, be the guy. It's like, no, you just be the guy in your game. I mean, Reimer's built an entire career on that. If you have 3 Reimers, probably have like a 500 team, maybe better, because Reimer can steal you games, and he's been pretty effective in limited action. Alex Lyon's shown he can play a lot more than people realize. He's a 30-year-old guy that's big, and he's pretty solid. Interesting. So the second is for Zucker. Nashville gave up a second for Zucker. Nashville's low-key really good guys. Like Ryan's got them rolling. Andrew Brunette's got them rolling. They're tough defensive, and they got an elite goalie. So that's an unusual circumstance, right? Interesting. Yeah, Smashville. Didn't you just get waived? This is my point. And it's not just him. Goalies deal with more injuries than you realize. Wow. There you go. So that's interesting. Yeah, so just to wrap on this other question, let's see. Oh, Liskey, really good. Kane Wilkie, really good. Reese Jameson, really good. Finn Werner, really good. I like Lucas. I think we signed Owen. I mean, there's a lot. That's just one draft, guys. All of that whole year, really good. Those guys will all play to some level. Gavin McKenna, look out for this guy. He's gonna be so good. Julian May is very talented on our roster, a little bit of an enigma. Corbin Sanderman had an inconsistent year. I like Corbin. I think he'll eventually be a pretty good defenseman for us. Lucas Kaplan on our team, real talented, undersized guy, very skilled though. Ethan Makokas, maybe we had too high expectations for him, but I still think he'll play. And we sent him back this year, and I think he had a really good first camp, and then, maybe was underwhelming. Kind of Corbin was in that ballpark because I think it's the talent level that came in and the depth of our roster. Like, it puts pressure on you. Kayson's a good defenseman. I like him. Did we trade him? Can't remember. Did we trade him? No. I don't think so. I think we still have him. Yeah, I really like Lucas. I'll tell you, he was on my team in training camp and score. He's on our team now. You look at him, you go, I don't know. He's just small, and is he going to do much goal? Scores. He's got 6 goals in 29 WHL games. Pretty good for his first year. He's a real good player. Charles Menard, unfortunately, we released, but he's actually a pretty good goalie. I would kind of think we should invite him back to camp. And then the 01 draft. Let's look. There's Berkeley was the first pick in that draft. That wasn't us. I don't even know if we had a first. Yeah, we did have a first. Oh, yeah, Taryn's great. Taryn's on our roster. Jesse's great. He's on our roster. Cameron's had a great career so far. Carter Bear on our roster. Really, really good. Donald Gorman didn't really work out. Boito we signed. He's real good. So those are all real good players. We have a lot of talent, and we got a lot of draft picks coming up. So we're saying this is a second round pick. This will help them, but it's not a Buchnevich, right? That's what they need to do. They need to deal themselves back in. Yeah, he got waived, but he'll be. Why is he nuts? I don't know if he's nuts. He's just like intense, controversial kid because what, he likes Trump? Come on. What's nuts about him? I always hear the guys love him. But he's like he can be erratic, maybe he's just emotional. Okay. He's a talented player. But yeah, it's affected his career, it seems. Fine cheese right now? I don't know. When I talked to him, he was on the beach, but is there a cheese festival that I'm missing? Yeah, by the way, like I apologize. I should have invited Tap on. If you're around, you want to come on, let me know. Um yeah. I'm like totally blanked out. I was gonna invite you on. I totally forgot. And then I don't know where Marco is. I cannot find his Twitter. It drives me nuts. And he'll comment on stuff, and I'll like try and save it. Oh, really? Yeah, yeah. A lot of players are emotional, but in different ways. So I don't know. He's talented. He's had some really good stat years. Obviously, it's created some havoc in his career, whether he said or did stuff that kind of affected it. So I'm really surprised Buchnevich hasn't got. So how much time do we have here? Do we have 30 minutes, or is the trade deadline? What time does the trade deadline up? Are we done yet? What's the cutoff here? Okposo move by Panthers could be underrated. So what I like, by the way, is this year we have 3 guys that are in 100 points already, and Pasternak's on their heels. So McKinnon, 109 points this year. Good news, right? He's past Kucherov at 106. Oh, Connor McDavid, 100 points. Do you think he's going to catch him? Maybe. Sergei Bobrovsky is tied for first in the NHL with a 2.21 goals against average. Connor Hellebuyck is the other goalie. Who's the third? Oh, it's the Carolina goalie. Just saying. That's a team that, if you look at it, I don't know why I did that. I screwed up this. Let's fix this. Where's the goals against average? Oh, there it is. I mean, they got an insane defense in Carolina. He's played 32 games. So how have the other games been split out? Georgiev, by the way, played 51 games. Ugh, for Colorado. If anything is their Achilles heel, it's that. Like, they honestly need 2 other goalies. So I wouldn't have been surprised to see them make a move for a goalie. Georgiev is 27th in the league in goals against average. He's faced a ton of shots. Okay, so that's the other thing. When I say that when you have a 3 goalie rotation, maybe the goalies don't like it, but the less pucks they face, the better their season. Like if you look at Kochikov is 3rd in the NHL in goals against average, 910 save percentage. He's only faced 785 shots in 32 games. Compare that to Hellebuyck, who's faced 1,300, and Bob's almost faced 1,300, 1,259. So those are like, it's like pitchers, right? It adds up. Swayman's faced 1088, and he's had a great year. I really like Swayman. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen and Buffalo's had a great year. Jonathan Quick, I mean, even Cam Talbot's shocking me. Great year for Demko. But there's some guys with good numbers that have a lot less shots than other guys. Like look at Aiden Hill, 783 shots against, played 27 games, and yeah. So they're kind of managing shot count the way they do pitch count. That's kind of all I'm saying. So yeah, no Markstrom moved. Sorry, I got a question here. So what time is the what time is the trade deadline over here? Why you don't like Marco? 3 p.m. Eastern. So we got a little bit of time here. I don't know if I can stay on until 2 Central. I got to go to the airport soon. I got to pack. I haven't even packed. Jeez, what am I doing? And I haven't watched any of my games. So, all right. It's 11:39. I need to leave for the airport at what time? Oh, 4 o'clock. Okay, I got a little time, but I do have to pack. So, I don't know. At some point, I probably have to jump off. It actually would be great if I could hand the baton to somebody while I go pack. Or I guess I could bring my computer up and pack. You guys you could pack with me. Where am I going? We're like on the road for 2 weeks. It's crazy. So I'm missing the Rocky Mountains live, but I am watching all the games online. I don't think I'm going to learn anything necessarily, but I am keying in on certain players that I have ranked, and I'm just making sure that I'm feel the same way about them. So I'm watching that right now. That's in Arizona. That's Dallas Stars Elite. Okanagan has an academy in Colorado, and they actually have some players. It's pretty good. The Colorado Thunderbirds got some players. They're pretty good. And Arizona's got a few players. So they're there for the 2009 birth year. Those are the 4 teams. The girls are all there, by the way. I'm not watching that because I'm not drafting girls, but the girls are all there for the Rocky Mountain districts. So whoever wins this goes to the Nationals. Out of California, Anaheim won, so they're going to the Nationals. They got a really good defenseman. They got some good forwards, and they've got. And this is the 2009 birth year. Yeah, Thunderbirds are okay. Like, there's some players on there I really like. There's a defenseman in there I really like. The one goalie's got some potential. He got whooped yesterday pretty good, but I don't think that was his fault. He faced a lot of rubber. He's big. And there's some forwards on that team that are pretty good. The one defenseman I really like, I'm rating him higher than I originally did. Wait, who are the trades? Is this tongue in cheek? Where is the best trade tracker? Okay, NHL.com. So you got Woodwheel traded, Myers traded, Okposo, Kuznetsov, Subban. This is why I was speculating. Is Malcolm Subban going to the Blues because they're going to move Ms. Lurkins? I don't know a lot about him. He's supposed to be a decent prospect, though. He's an NCAA guy, isn't he? Or is he Boston? Yeah, he's a defenseman. 6'7". That's what I know about him. Wow. Finished second with 95 block shots. 0 goals, 6 assists. 6'7". That's what you need to know about him. That's what you need to know about Cade Weber. I don't know where he's from, though. Why do I know that name? I feel he's from Pennsylvania, maybe? Something tells me. Oh, he played Penticton, but I think he's American. Is he not American? I thought he was an American guy, but he played Penticton V's before going to Boston. Played for Sean McEachern at the Rivers School for Sean McEachern. Longtime NHLer. Boston. Where else did he play? Ottawa. Yeah, he played for the Pittsburgh Penguins Elite. That's what I thought. Okay. So he played for the Penguins Elite. But yeah, he's big. Holy smokes. Cade Weber. Let's see. Elite prospects usually has the history. Let's look at that. It's Weber. That's the wrong guy. Yeah, Medville, Pennsylvania is a 2001, so he's a little older at this point. 6'6", 6'7". He's listed on the Boston site. So he was a 4th round pick by Carolina. Playing Boston, he's an assistant captain there, but like no offense to speak of whatsoever. Yeah, the Rivers School was in the U.S. Prep League. Played for the Boston Junior Bruins for 1 game. But the Penguins Elite at 14, that's what I thought. So who else was on that team? No one that I really, he's the only drafted kid off that former team. So they're usually a pretty good program. They do a pretty good job down there. This is what I was thinking, Steve, is that they got to be trading it. They said Subban be assigned to Cleveland. Yeah, Elvis Meslurkins could be a really valuable asset for someone. Like he could come in and solve a problem in Colorado. He could solve a problem in Edmonton. Like he could be a kingmaker in a lot of ways. Yeah. He's just that guy. Like he can score, he's fast. He just maybe doesn't do stuff without the puck. What? What do you mean? Riley Smith? Why is Riley Smith on the move? With Pittsburgh? I mean, that would make sense, right? Yeah, that would probably make sense. He's having a little bit of a down year, but I mean, big part of the Vegas Knights winning the cup. He was really good in Florida, I thought. 26 goals, 56 points last year. He's still, 29 points this year, but Pittsburgh's off, obviously, overall. Riley Smith could be, an important piece for someone. You would think, like, if Elvis is on the block, which I think he's just an overrated overall goalie, but you put him in a situation where he can split time with someone. That's what you need. But they don't need him. They got Logan and they got Aiden. But yeah, it would be perfect. That'd be awesome. And they should make him wear the jumpsuit. And they should bring back Robin Leonard and make him wear the jumpsuit. Man, would they ever trade Marcus Pettersson? Because that guy could really help a team. Erik Karlsson, 43 points in 61 games. What? I thought he was going to get 100 again. He's terrible without the puck, though. I love Malkin. If you know me, I love Malkin. This is the first sub-point a game season he's had. Sydney's had a real good year. 83 points last year for Malkin. I mean, I don't think he's washed up at all. I just don't think that they have the depth that they did. And he's older. And you see he's 37, 38, right? He'll be 38 this year, I think. And yeah, and Ovechkin's the same age. That's tough. That's a lot of miles. That's a great player. I would love this. Okay, this would have been what I would like to see. Yeah, I would like to see if Jenny Malkin get traded, the Detroit Red Wings. And I would consider if you does Malkin have this would be like a Daryl Sittler nightmare. This is like the Daryl Sittler trade for Adam Oates. Is that what the trade was? Who was Daryl Sittler traded for by the Red Wings? Or is it? Or it was the Bernie Federko for Adam Oates. That was the terrible trade. I think Detroit traded Murray Craven for Sittler, and he played 1 year, and that was it. He retired. He didn't play that great. He was just done. Like he was spent, right? He was 35 or 34, and at the time, that's like being 38 now, 40. If you traded Malkin to Detroit, I would be so happy. Just let him finish his career in Detroit. I think that's fair. But what you send back is the question. Do you package up like, here's Albert Johansson and a second round pick? Nicola, how are you, Nicola? I'm glad you showed up. We are 2 hours and 46 minutes into this, guys. And it feels like it hasn't been 5 minutes. Is that how long we've been on? Almost 3 hours? Wow. Okay, that's pretty crazy. I had no friggin' idea. I like Olimata. He's played well for the Red Wings. He is solid. He has been real good. I would love to see Malkin in Detroit. It's like all the old guys. And they probably have some reasonable assets. Like if you traded Carter Mazur for him and Albert Johansson and a pick or something, I would not be upset. You might even convince me to say trade Joe Veleno for Malkin. And Malkin, is at the end, but it's to have Malkin in a Red Wing uniform once would be like having Patrick Kane in a Red Wing uniform. That's my feeling on that. So $6 million, he's cheap. But he's got like 04, 05, 24, 25, 25, 26. So he's got like 2 more years and a no movement clause. But if you're Malkin and you've got him for that many years, would you trade a Joe Veleno and an Albert Johansson and a Carter Mazur for him and maybe a second pick? He could fill the second line role and flex up to the first in Detroit, no problem. And there's a lot of young talent. Like imagine a Malkin with Raymond. What? Come on. He's got a lot of hockey left in him. That would be crazy, in my opinion. People would be asking for Jonathan Berggren in that trade, and I would think about it. I would seriously consider it, but let's not go crazy. Jonathan Berggren might be on his way out of Detroit eventually, or maybe he's just the guy that everybody wants because he's ripping up. He has no business being in the AHL. He just completely rips up the NHL. I'd think about it. All right, so we have like 3 hours. Wild acquire Turner Ellison for Nick Batan. Yay! I mean, Nick can play in the NHL, on a flex basis. No, they moved. Who got Nick Batan? Smaller, talented player, but he's older now. So I saw this. This is what I was referencing. Well, I think the shoes we're waiting to drop are: does a goalie move? Do we see Elvis leave the building? Do we see Buchnevich? Oh. Which New York? Islanders or Rangers? Do we see? I think today we're seeing Nashville is in on it. And I think they will make the playoffs. The Rangers. Wow, Rangers need to get Buchnevich or somebody better. They need an upgrade up on their top 6 a little bit. With the Carolina moves, I don't know. If you're watching what Carolina's done, you're watching Florida and you're the Rangers, like you better be more aggressive and pull something off. You don't want to give up Othman. I get that. Kako, you're not using him right or something. And he still has value in people's minds because you've been playing him on a third line role. If you're the Rangers, you move something to get Buchnevich. You already know the player. He is the reason, in my opinion, St. Louis has had such a great year. Although Kyrou getting back on track, he had not a slow start, and him getting on track would be great. But they got Kuznetsov. They got Svechnikov. I mean, Toffoli, I'm sure, would have rather gone there. At least it's warmer. Yeah, if you look at them right now, they got Svech, Aho, Teravainen. They just got Guentzel, who's on the IR. So Guentzel with Kuznetsov and Necas. Right now, they're showing Noensen and Kuznetsov and Necas. So I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't hurt. Never hurts. Don't sleep on Seth Jarvis. Oh, somebody got their wish, and Drury is no longer the second line center, which it was funny because I was like, yeah, you're not going to compete. They knew it. Kotkaniemi, not a solution to anything. Get rid of that dead. Should triple down on that over a grudge is weird. Great defense. Great young goalie. Freddie Anderson on the IR, also listed as backup. And then Ranta's probably done for the year. Was put on waivers. In this mix, you still have D'Angelo. You've got Brendan Lemieux, who was also waived, I thought. Was that not them? I thought they waived D'Angelo, Lemieux. And Ranta. So I don't know. That's a good team if they stay healthy. But you could also pull out one piece and really screw this group up. So getting a goal, if they got Buchnevich, that would be amazing. Do they have any more room that they can move anybody in? I don't know. Well, we haven't looked at this, but let's look. Love all this, right? Like they're strong down the middle. Kreider and like Kakko's like, how is he fourth line? I'm sorry, they need something. This does not look strong enough to me. I mean, getting him back would be helpful. What's the status of Scheidel? Is Wheeler done for the year? Yeah, he's done. So that was supposed to be a cheap veteran thing, and he didn't really play great. What's the deal on Scheidel? Yep. He's done. So that really hurts them. I think they got to make a move here. Now they got Wenberg, but he's a 200-foot guy. Is he gonna? Isn't Edmund Enstrom? Isn't this guy a D man? Am I wrong? He's listed as a center. Maybe I'm confused. And then on D, they got Gustafson. I love Schneider. Trouba is a monster. Lindgren's way underrated. Keandre Miller's way underrated. Obviously, Adam Fox is one. Love him or hate him, Norris. So I just think they need something. If they get Buchnevich, that solves a big problem. Right now, your third line is these three guys. This should be your fourth line. VC's not doing anything for you. So I just think Kakko needs to move back down. They put a Buchnevich, and they should have been more aggressive about picking up a few other pieces. Because I just don't see this. This puts them behind Carolina. They're definitely not as good as Florida. Oh, we did? Okay. Interesting. He's listed on the IR, maybe just because of habit. I mean, those are two big personalities. It took a while for Detroit to. They had Kane, and it took a while. I can't see Tarasenko. Well, I wouldn't get too used to Edmonton and Florida losing. Yeah, but that's not what they need. They need a winger. He has had a great year. He's a good player. In the right circumstance. Wow. And I think he's had a decent year, right? Zucker with Arizona. Barrett Hayton's been an utter disappointment. I actually thought they might move Bukestad, but is he hurt still? Thought they might move Dumba. Zucker's out. What's the deal with Bukestad? Was he? Says personal, he will not play. But man, I think that without him, Edmonton was not as good this year. Initially, I think it was very underrated not having. I mean, they could go after Buchnevich. I don't know how they would pull it off, but we've seen creative deals, and it's always possible. And there is no tomorrow for Vegas. They're just like living it. So Dumba's sitting out. So Dumba, could be a useful number 4 type defenseman for someone. Right shot, veteran, hits. He's got offensive capability. He's produced 0 offense the last 4 years, I think. Like 0. If you are Arizona, do you trade one of your goalies? Connor Ingram started the year very, very hot, and he's kind of settled back down into being borderline AHL. Vejmelka I really like, but maybe you say, oh, it's time to move on. I don't know. And I don't know what Arizona's doing in general. Like, are they building for something? Guenther's starting to look good. Cooley's in the future. Kerfoot's way overused. Maselli's been very underrated. Barrett Hayden's had a terrible year. Clayton Keller's awesome. Schmaltz has been really solid. Cruz has had a good year. Carcone's pretty good. This is the type of guy that someone should grab. He's a 27-year-old guy. He's got like 15 goals. And this defense, I love that they picked up Valimaki, and that's worked out. Dermott's been injury. The Sean Dursey's been moved twice, and it's crazy. Like, Toronto moved him in the Muzzin deal with a bunch of other stuff. Went to LA. I'm like, whoa, this guy's way better than I thought. They moved him. They haven't missed a beat. And now, yeah, he's really good. I mean, he could be a number 3 defenseman or 2 defenseman in LA right now. They got 2 pretty decent pieces here. So you can move Dumba. What's the deal on Bukestad? Just personal, right? So it's just short term, I think. So I like Bukestad helping a team on taking their 3rd line role. Dumba could be a number 4 defenseman somewhere. And then, either of these goalies might be really helpful somewhere. I think Vejmelka is the better of the 2. Probably. Huh. Yeah, you know what? I'm sad about this because Klim has not worked out in Detroit, and I thought he was really good in Edmonton. They've now dumped 2 guys to San Jose. The other one they dumped was Zadina, and he isn't still he's just never going to be the player we thought he was going to be. The desire's there. He's really hard on himself. He's got skill. It's just weird. It doesn't pan out. And Klim's a big guy, and he's mean. And I thought he played really well for Edmonton last year. If you're Edmonton, you should get this guy back. I thought he was really helpful in Edmonton. He had 11 goals. He's big, nasty. Just strange enough, like Detroit's got a lot of talent this year. But he would help Edmonton. And then Radim Simic was in the NHL, and he's been in the AHL with the Barracuda. And that's a weird one because I thought he was a pretty serviceable defenseman. He's 31, though. 16 points, 40 games. One of our former coaches is a coach in San Jose, so I'm curious about what he says about him. Because Simic's played 209 NHL games. He had 44 games last year, 36. But I don't know, that might be helpful. Just a depth guy, right? I don't think this is a long-term thing. He's 31. I'm kind of sad about Klim. I guess that has not worked out. That's too bad. I kind of liked him last year in Edmonton. I hope they get him back. And they should get Bukestad back. But I think Edmonton right now, they need a goalie. If they got Ms. Lurkins, that would be the deal. Well, I mean, if they can fit him? Vetrano, a lot of teams like him. He can really shoot the puck. He can hit. You've seen him truck some guys, and he's not afraid. And I think he's had a great year. Is he going to have those numbers somewhere else? I'm not sure, but he's a useful piece. That should fetch something. And why wouldn't he go back to the Rangers? He was in the Rangers, right? Am I wrong about that? So he's 29. Yeah, see, there you go. Do the Ducks trade him to the Rangers? See, that would be helpful. Would you trade Capo Caco, who I just don't think has done anything, but would you trade him for Frank Vetrano, who is like, he's got 29 goals. He's got 150 career goals. And what did he do for the Rangers? He had 8 goals in 22 games for the Rangers. Traded from Florida, of all places. So he had 18 goals that year. So he's had seasons of, 20. He had 8 goals in 39 games, 10 goals in 44 games at the beginning of his career. That's a good indication the guy can score in the league. 5 goals in 16 games with Florida. 24 goals, 16 goals in 69, 18 goals in 56, 18 goals in 71. 10 goals in 49 games, and then 8 in 22. So he had 18 on the year 2 years ago. And then 22 and 20, now 29 goals for Anaheim. He's got some jams, 66 and 69 penalty minutes, which is a lot these days. Kako can't skate. Imagine drafting a guy second overall knowing he can't skate. He's second overall. Well, the rumor was what was the rumor of Lindholm moving out? Was it to Boston? Yeah, well, I don't see that happening. I think it was more to Boston, wasn't it? Wasn't there something where people were suggesting Boston? I mean, we haven't talked about Boston. They've been kind of quiet. I just don't know how much flexibility they have. I mean, right now your centermans are Zacha, Coyle, and Geeky, and Jesper Bachvist. So getting Lindholm, he might be their best centerman. So there was do they move out of DeBrusk? But I think they need his goal scoring. Van Riemsdyk's career on the third line, is a 27 goal scoring third liner. Trent Frederick's been pretty good for them. They signed Parker Wotherspoon. Is that the deal? But did they trade him or did they acquire him? But they traded him. I mean, this is a weird D, right? Grelchik, McAvoy, and Carlo are the big three. I don't know. They're such a weird team on paper. This has just got to be a team that's winning because of analytics. So do they trade? Oh, Lindholm's the big problem here. Okay, so he's coming back. So that's good. So you add in Lindholm there, then that's really much better. And he's been really, really good, like super underrated, right? Okay. Why wouldn't you have traded that? I don't know. I know Leka Maraki had a good World Juniors. There's something about him, his prior World Junior. I'm like, he scored big at World Juniors. He did. And goal scoring guys are hard to come by. I can get why you'd be asking for that. And that might, he could be like a poor man's Jake Guentzel. Maybe he's that. Yeah. So I saw various rumors about this, like, hey, how do you get that they were interested in him? And it might involve Poitras is done for the year, I think, isn't he? Yeah, he's done for the year. But he did real well. I think he surprised a lot of people. Didn't have an amazing World Juniors, but neither did really anybody other than Macklin Celebrini for Canada. So if you got a Lindholm there and you bump down Zacha and Coyle, and Geeky. You don't worry about Bachvist. You move him to the wing. That can make a lot of sense for them. No offense to Zach and Coyle, but I just don't think that's the number 1 and number 2 centerman on most teams. Is he 26? Is that all? $1997. So yeah, he'll be 27. Man, it feels like he's been around forever. That contract's not bad, but he's a 40-point in 60 game guy, like 57 points. I think that's what he is. So getting a Lindholm would make a lot of sense. And then Lindholm's playing with real talented players. I liked Costin too. Yeah, he's a mean guy. He'll get playing time in San Jose maybe. Maybe he plays on the second line there. I think he can score. He's mean. He's a power forward for sure. Well, San Jose has a lot of where it's exciting. Did you ever see what's the Batman movie with the Joker with Heath Ledger? This was where he like breaks the stick and says we have exciting job prospects that are open, like exciting opportunities in our organization. That's San Jose. Yeah, they're horrible. They're horrible, and they don't have a crazy prospect pool. But that's okay. That's by design, right? I'm actually shocked that Logan Couture didn't want to move. I was really surprised at that. Let's look at them. They're weird. What would be amazing in a weird way would be to get Macklin Celebrini in San Jose, because he played for the San Jose Junior Sharks. And he was so good there. I mean, he was just like, his dad is the trainer for where the heck is San Jose? Oh, there. That would be like amazing in a lot of ways. I don't know if it'd be amazing for him. So they've got some picks, right? Thomas Bordelot, Muhammad Doolin, I really love. He's the best defensive prospect. These are placeholders, right? Hoffman, LeBanc, Granlund, Luke Kunin. These are guys that are not there for a short time, not a good time, not a long time, as they say. Barbanov's done fine, but he's he is what he is. Nico Sturm, fine. Actually, he would be useful somewhere. And then Klim Kostin at $2 million. Like, give this guy a chance. He's 24. He's 6'3", plays both wings, and I've seen him play center. Zetterlund's had a decent year for them. Zadina's just what it is. It's just over. The future is William Eklund. So that's the future there. Mark-Edward Vlasic, like, that contract. Ferrara, he's okay. Mario Ferraro. Jan Ruda. Tail end of his story, right? I thought the Kalen Addison, he did real well last year with like Minnesota and not real well this year. And then Kokkonen struggled. So Hurdle is out. Is he done for the year? Couture is out. Mackenzie Blackwood's out. Those would have been useful trade chips, right? Can you build around Thomas Hurdle and Logan Couture? Couture's not young. Yeah, 34 and now 30. You've wasted this guy's career, guys. Holy smokes. So then when we look at Philip Beestead, pretty good. Quentin Musty, pretty good prospect. Not blown away by some other stuff here. Okay. So yeah, I'm not blown away by what's going on there. They are early in this rebuild. It's brand new. That's the way I look at it. William Eklund, Alexander Holtz's favorite centerman. William Smith. I'm so sorry. William Smith's, I'm never big on him, but man, you have a hard time arguing with his production wherever he's played. Ripping up Hockey East. Is he in the NHL next year? Really could be. I like Philip Beested. Cam Lund's okay. And William Eklund, going to be a real good NHL player. What's his upside? I don't know. Maybe he's like a 60 to 80 point player, maybe. You know, could he be very similar, a centerman like Lucas Raymond, but a centerman? That's kind of it. So they're early in this journey. So then you go, oh, if they get Macklin Celebrini and they have William Smith as your 1-2 punch down the middle, are they dialed back in? Sutherland's been pretty good. I don't think this is going to happen. I think he has long vid. You can say what you want. That's what it is. Says, oh, my body was shutting down. I have this immune response. Yeah, it's called long vid. Faber's been great. Addison has been disappointing. Faber's been amazing. Wait, Jonathan Taves is done. Yeah, this is over. Brock Faber's been so good. That is, was he LA King? Is that who drafted him? LA King, second round pick. What was the trade? Interesting. That pick was traded a few times. From Edmonton with Sam Gagner and a second round pick to Detroit for Ryan Kuffner and Athanasiou. Are you telling me Detroit had this pick? Detroit had the Brock Faber pick? Pardon? And then Adurati, I mean, this is what he is. And then they traded him. What? For a second round pick that was Theodor Niederbach. So we gave up Faber for Niederbach. I don't even know if Niederbach will ever play. He's pretty talented, but the point production isn't even there. Oh no. What's going on? Are you telling me Detroit could have had Brock Faber? Oh my God, how good would that be right now? But even LA. So then this is the Kevin Fiala trade. So this is fine. Liam Ogren's going to be a player. I think he'll be a good player. Oh man. And Fiala's Fiala. Fiala's like legit. Adurati toiling in Abbotsford for Vancouver. Oh my gosh. Brock Faber could have been a Red Wing. What? What? No. You don't know what you're talking about. It's the most populous state in the United States. 37 million people. You're in the richest market in Bay Area. Why would you ever move this team? That makes no sense. And move to Quebec or Winnipeg? That's turning out great so far. Faber is a stud. Oh my God. Huh. Lawton can be very useful. What's the Bertuzzi part? Without? He could. Absolutely could. The Columbus guy has been doing pretty well. Not Fantilli. Shocker. I think I called that. Brock Faber could be a Detroit Red Wing, guys. Just like Vasilevsky. They trade that. Oh, man, some of the moves you make with picks come back to haunt you. It doesn't mean they would have picked them. Man, oh man. Okay, that is wild. Yeah. He's got a lot of goals this year, though, doesn't he? Has he got 20 goals? No. Who's well, let's look up Fantilli. Let's see. Not Luca, but so he's been stalled at 27 points for a while, right? Is he hurt? I don't think so. Kent Johnson's hurt. Not we drafted Kent Johnson in Everett and he didn't come. So that was like, well, you didn't like him that much. You picked him in the 6th round. Well, that doesn't matter. We didn't know he was going to come and he was still there and we grabbed him. Super talented. I just don't know what he's going to be in the NHL, but I think he's got top 6 guy somewhere. Oh, Teshie's back there. So Marchenko's had a good year, and Voronkov, 6'4". I like these two guys. So those are good news stories for them. Good year for Boone. And then Chinakov's played real well. So they got 3 really good Russians there, and they got Provorov. And Cole's coming around this year. Cole Sillinger. Roslovic, I think he was hurt, but he's been a bit of a disappointment. You watch him, he looks like he can still, like he can play. You know, and Damon Severinsen, I think New Jersey really misses him. I don't care what anybody says. I think they really miss him. You know, Jake Bean. Peak's been out. What is with Alexander Nylander? Like, what steroids has he taken? Has all the talent. He's just is he hurt? Okay. He's talented, man. It's hard. He's got Jack Eichel level talent. So, you know, maybe I don't love Eichel in the past. He's not the guy, but he goes to Vegas in a situation where they got like lots around him and he's really, really good. And Fantilli's going to be really good. I mean, it's just hard not to. I just don't know if I love him. Is that a Montreal move? So it's been quiet the last few hours. So we have like 3 hours, 2.5 hours here. I just don't think I can stay on, guys. I got to go pack and get ready for my trip. So what we're waiting to see is, will there be a goalie moved? Will you see, what's his name? I was going to say Sharon Govich, but Buchnevich move. Will you see Sharon Govich move? I don't think so, but Nashville signed him? Okay. Good catch up there. So when I talked to Coach, it didn't sound like he was going to come on for trade deadline day. I need to go do some stuff before everything falls apart. I don't think I have time to jump back on. I might. Maybe what I'll do. Okay, so right now it is what, 1:20. So we've got an hour and a half left of this. Is that right? Because it's 1:20 and the trade deadline's at 3. I could just bring you guys and pack rather than dumping this off. So I'll tell you what, if in the comments, tell me, I'm just going to go pack and I'll just bring my computer with me. What do we do that? And we'll see if we can stretch this out to 3 p.m. and see what deals come in. Because I do have to pack and that's going to be a problem. I haven't even showered. That's pretty bad. See, this is where if Enertap or someone else came on, it would be a lot easier. I do need a shower, but I could probably do that at 3. Yeah, we're gonna do this. The background will conceal the packing. Yarmo's here. I could pack you with us. Yeah, I think the shower is gonna come after the trade deadline ended. To be like at 3, I will have a shower. How's that? So that's like an hour and a half. Yeah, unless somebody jumps on and takes the mantle, but I do need to get in here and I got to pack for 2 weeks. So look at that. This is perfect. And you don't see anything. First of all, 94 people in this is amazing. I don't know if you guys are on Twitter or if you're on YouTube. Either way, thanks for joining us. This is I've been negligent all year, I know, in streaming. So I should probably try to stream once a week at least. I've been scouting, trying to prepare for draft, and May, but all the hockey's like bunched up too. So it's like now I got to travel. There will be some deals, I think. I think Buchnevich moves. I would not be shocked to see Ms. Lurkins move. That would make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, Intertep, you're welcome to come on. If you want, I will post the link to this and you can jump on. And if anybody wants to jump on, I'm happy to talk to you if you want. We can do that too. I can post the StreamYard link and you can jump in. Let's just see. You can always kick you off as well. So invite guests, copy. Let's see if Messenger. Oh, it's the wrong Messenger. All right, so this is what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to put the StreamYard link in. If you want to jump on. I'll see you pop into the studio. What I should do is I'm going to put some music on for a second and I'll take myself off screen. Give me like 10 minutes. I need to make a bio break and get some action going here on packing. So give me like a 10-minute break here. If anybody wants to jump on, I'll come back and we can talk about what you think is going to happen. Chat is the best. It always is the best. So either way, happy to have you on. Give me a little break here. You guys are welcome to continue chatting. And I will be right back. All right, kids. So this I believe, and we'd said this before, if they could figure out a way to get Chikrin to the Jets, that would fix their defense. Um, so we have 108 people on. So I'm trying to stretch this out, but I just realized in 30 minutes my wife needs this. So you might get 30 minutes out of me as I pack. They've acquired Dallas's 6 from Nashville for Zucker. So it's interesting how, Nashville moved the Russian out and they bring in Zucker. It's so interesting. It's such a weird farmer. Oh, it's like Stussy. I went to Orange Theory this morning, so I went to work out, and I have not done anything other than streaming since. So I smell like Orange Theory probably, or I smell like me. Does my wife know about hockey? What do you mean? Does she know anything about the game? No. She just knows that I'm annoyingly involved in it. It's like, oh, you got to go away for hockey. You got to go to training camp. Interesting. So we might get like 15, 20 minutes out of this. And I do have to probably give it the mantle because I don't think there's a way to do 2 streaming events on StreamYard. I think it's got to be one at a time. So maybe we'll just let her jump in and bump it off and then we'll end this. And because I'll see her come into the studio. So I think that's how that'll probably work. We're going to find out the hard way. She's got a different stream now, so I don't know how that works. I'll probably start hearing yelling because I know she's got an important podcast to do. So that's interesting what Enertap's saying. Where are you hearing this, Enertap? Is this on Twitter? And are you following me on Twitter? And what's your tweet? What's your Twitter? What's your X handle, man? She does not. So I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. I think on paper, if I'm the GM in Winnipeg and I look at my lineup, and I said this before because I don't know anything, I'm like, if they can figure a way to get Jacob Chikrin to Winnipeg, he's got like another year at 4.7 million. It's like really advantageous. What do you give up? I don't know. Do you give up a Cole Perfetti? You might have to. You might have to give up a Cole Perfetti and then that young demon Vinny Hanola or someone like that. But Jacob Chikrin arguably becomes your number 1, number 2 defenseman on the right side. He's definitely your number 1, right? And if you like Josh Morrissey, I don't know. What's with all these minor deals? Oh, Hockey Buzz. Yeah, I don't trust those guys. No offense, guys. You probably know more than I do, but I'm speculating based upon looking at the roster. They get Toffoli, they get Chikrin. Chikrin played where? Sarnia? Sarnia Sting. So another OHL guy. Went 16th overall in that draft in 2016. Originally was like, oh, he's going to be number 1, number 2. And then he dropped so much. And guess what? He's better than everybody ahead of him except for Charlie McAvoy, I guess. That's not true. So Austin Matthews won. Arguably today, you would put him, would you put him ahead of Patrick Laine? You would definitely put him ahead of Pierre-Luc Dubois, who went 3rd, and Puya Harvey went 4th. Ollie Uelevi, who was like number 5, you would definitely put him ahead of that. So that was a mistake. Matthew Tkachuk. You would probably go Matthew Tkachuk and Austin Matthews 1, 2, right? No brainer. Clayton Keller, and you probably put Jacob Chikrin in there with Charlie McAvoy if you redraft that draft. He's up there. I mean, McAvoy, you would say probably ahead. I mean, you look at the roster, and that makes a lot of sense, right? So if you look at let's just start with this. So you go interesting Winnipeg. Cody Barlow. I wonder if, would Cody Barlow step up? Zach Naring went 3rd for them. Man, I saw him at Shattuck too. What's interesting is he played Sioux Falls, not really scoring much. So I don't know if you go Oh, geez, they're not even showing this yet. Man, if Velarde could only stay healthy. Niederreyer's playing on the third line. But really, this D, like, you've got one D. He's racking up points. I got to give him credit. He's 28. He had a great year last year with 70 points. He's probably on pace for that again. Huge drop off. And Neil Pionk is known for offense. He's a smaller guy. They're listing him at 6 feet. There's no way Neil Pionk is 6 feet tall. He's 5'10". But he's what he is. He's a 30, 35-point player. So he had 45 points, 32 points in 54 games, 34 points. So yeah, Pionk is really a 3-4. Is that Kachuk? Yeah, no brainer, right? Macklin should be the only player Eiserman should be attempting to acquire. Yeah, great observation, Pavel. So how do you finish last? Maybe they'll pull the New York Rangers. They'll miss the playoffs, be in the draft lottery, magically get it. I mean, listen, they should move him. There's just no way around. Like, why would you not? You've got Jacob Fowler in the pipeline. You've got Primo. You've got Montembeault. Jake Allen never will have more value than he does right now. Like, if you're moving him to New Jersey, I would normally say you could get the Foot kid, but that's not going to work out. Because Nolan's out, right, for all the Hockey Canada craziness. Yeah, not good. You're not going to get a Holtz. You're not going to get anyone like that. So don't even think about that. That's dumb. You're not going to get a Nemec. You're probably not going to get a Ball for Jake Allen. Like, Jake Allen, presumably, probably better than Schmid, probably better than Dawes. Vanacek's injured, right? So comparable to that. Did they get Cal Foot? Or is he gone? Is he the one of the Foot brothers is involved in the Hockey Canada mess, right? I don't know if it's Nolan or Cal. Yeah, was it because Lou Lamoriello hates beards? So Friedman is saying Allen to New Jersey. If that happens, I don't think it'll be that great. You might get a second or a third. You might get. Did they trade one of the young goalies? They say, screw it. Here's Nico Dawes. I doubt it. Is one of the Foot brothers not in trouble? I forget which Foot brother is in trouble. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Second or third. That makes sense. You might get a second. And then the question is, can you pry something else out of them? But I just don't think he's a slam dunk for solving their goalie problem. He's probably better than Nico, who's 22, right? He's probably, Akira's not that old. He's like 23. Going back the other way, why is Nathan Bastian hurt? Michael McLeod's in trouble, right? He's a part of the problem. Man, they traded a lot of picks in New Jersey. They need to reload, man. Taking a second might be like, how are they going to? I don't think they give up much if he's going to New Jersey. They don't have a lot of picks, man. They're in trouble. If you look at the Devils, like, assets, they don't have a lot of picks. So, going back to the Chychrun idea, him going to Winnipeg would make a lot of sense. And they have assets. They might have to give up a Cole Perfetti, which I think might be it's not a horrible move, really. If you look at what Chychrun is and what Perfetti is and could be, not the end of the world. That would be like Bo Byram for Middlestad, kind of. Because Chikrin's like, 2016, he's 18, so that's been like 8 years ago. He's 26. He's an arguably number 2 defenseman there, at least. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I could see that. I still haven't packed anything. Kupari, oh man, Kupari's just got no offense. He's fast. He's one of these guys that can skate and can't do anything else. It's really, there's a reason LA moved on from him. I gotta start thinking about what I'm packing here, guys. So I'm gonna move around a little bit. Yeah, maybe. Allen for a conditional third, which can become a second based on games played. Good job for New Jersey. I think that's a really Tom Fitzgerald. I know you go from the smartest man to the dumbest man, like in 5 seconds on Twitter. Tom Fitzgerald's done a really good job overall there. And if you had a healthy Doug Hamilton, you've added in Luke Hughes and Simon Nemec, who are arguably number 2 and number 3 defensemen in the NHL right now with upside. And if Jack Hughes is healthy for another 10 games, instead, he's missed like 18 or something total this year, 16 or 18. He shares missed time. That's a good team. It's Cal. So Nolan could be going, but he's been hurt, right? Nolan's been hurt. Yeah, probably, but it's not like, this is one of those things where you're overrating guys in Montreal right now. They're having outsized performance that's still mediocre, right? Like Jake Allen is okay, not irreplaceable. Third or a second pick is pretty good. Return, he's never going to be worth more than that he is right now. Yeah, hopefully no salary retained, but who cares at this point? Montreal needs what a lot of these teams need that are rebuilding: picks, prospects, more cracks at the bat of young guys. That's what they need. How are you guys feeling about Slavkovsky? I know, I've watched Slav for a long time, and sometimes we watch guys too much. Number one, I've always said that I believe Nemec is a better player and prospect always than Slav. But I know that, I watch kind of you guys comment on Hockey Nation or on Twitter, and he's had some success this year, and it seems to be on the wing. Similar to a Quinton Byfield, who's, yeah. And I mean, he's a salt of the earth kid. I've never thought he was a good center prospect because he doesn't have that quick thing, right? There's like that quick twitch, and sometimes big guys take time. And I think his performance of the World Championships was ridiculous. Like, it was against garbage competition and goalies, but he's shown he can shoot the puck, and he's super big and strong. Yeah. Well, yeah, probably. Right? Like, who's their super elite star? But Detroit's showing maybe you don't need that. Maybe you need depth of prospects. Oh, well, it's only, but it's not really, it's not 1.9 million. It's 50% of 3.8 times 20 divided by 82 or whatever, right? So you got to think of how much money that really is. It's not 1.9 million, right? It's 20 games out of 82. So what's that? A fourth? So it's a quarter of 1.9 million. So it's like 500 grand. Yeah, it's not really that much. That's like Molson beer money for the weekend for apps. What else are we hearing out there? What other exciting details? So we've had, the big trades, obviously, he signed next year as well. Oh, so they're retaining next year. Cap goes up next year. This is good. So they're going to eat 1.9 next year. And if it ends up being a second, what's the so I've long felt that Larkin is not a traditional number one. However, look at them without him. That being said, ideally he's a number two and you have a superstar, but without it, they're showing they can win. Now, can they get to the next tier and level? Lucas Raymond is your upside, Sider's your upside, Edvinson's your upside. What do they do with Jonathan Berggren? Do you think he's a Pavel Datsyuk, Henrik Zetterberg type player? Because Pavel Datsyuk and Zetterberg didn't, neither player ever scored 100 points. Zetterberg was consistently a 80-point player. Pavel had two 97-point seasons. Oh, poor Guryanov. Just can't make it work anywhere. But Wade Allison is a Nashville type of guy. And Wade Allison, you never know, could carve out like a Mike McCarron type role. Michael McCarron just signed a 2-year contract. This was a bust in Montreal. And he's not, he's a big guy and he's showing he can contribute in a specific way. And I think Wade Allison might be that type of guy. Guryanov is not. You've got to play him top 6 and he's not good enough to stay in the top 6. That's the problem with him. He's a big guy that can score when you put him in the right circumstance, but there's lots of problems. So it's an interesting move, this move. Why? Cap's going up $4.5 million and then $5.5 million. Cap will be up $10 million in the next 2 years just because the players have paid back the owners what they got from them during COVID, right? Because it's like a rev share deal, the contract with the NHL and the players. And then there's always retained money. And then during COVID, they paid the players anyway, and they've been paying that money back. But now that that's paid back, cap's going up a lot. So everybody gets extra cap. Agreed. Well, listen. He's better than both those guys. Yeah, he's definitely better than Philip, Valtteri Filppula and Yuri Hudler. He's shown that. He's a 34 goal scorer with 79 points, right? And he's playing with very good players. What's Lucas Raymond going to be eventually? Nate Danielson is not going to be Nate Danielson would be in the mold of what we're talking about, would be a great second line center. Veleno's got still, I think, some more to prove. And I love Rasmussen as third, right? So it's a problem. Like, what's the upside? They need an offensive upside. So you're right. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's coming down the middle. And I was always the same boat where I'm saying he's kind of a really high-end second line center. He's shown he can score at a clip that's really high, but he's not like McDavid. He's not like Barkov or McKinnon. They don't have anyone like that. There's just nobody. So at some point, you've got to say, maybe they're more like Vegas. Because who does Vegas have? Eichel? But if you look at Eichel's stats, it's not like he's a 100-point player. And Larkin's one of the fastest skaters in the league and 200-foot player. Eichel could be a superstar, but it's not, right? He's like so it's weird. It's weird. He was never going to be a 3C, but I think ideally he's a second line center. But you see, without him, like they're not that great. And Compher has always struggled to be a second line center. So if they're going to get better, Casper and Nate are not going to push Luck out of one. Agreed. Nate will take the second line center and might be the captain there someday. Nate Danielson is a dog. If you listen to any of the Portland guys I'm talking to. Is Petrie injured? We only hope. He's not very good, guys. Yeah, we saw this. Ooh. What do we think about this? Turkey Band-Aid? Okay. Yeah. All right. We've got like an hour to go here. I feel terrible about jumping off, but let me just see what's going on. Let me I'm gonna bump out here for let me see if I can do this. So I can hear my wife is on the other one. I think she's gonna want to go live, and I don't know if this blocks her. Give me 1 second. Let me just check here. You guys chat amongst yourselves. Let me play some music. What do you guys want? How about some lo-fi? Oh, the music's off. You made a good trade. You made a very good trade, I think. Getting Henrique and Carrick's underrated. Can you get Elvis out of Columbus? Allen would have been a good fit in Edmonton. Otherwise, they're pretty damn close. Very close. They're way closer than Detroit, obviously. We have superstar players and they got depth now. Henrique really helps. Imagine Buchnevich in Edmonton, but I think Chipman in Edmonton, but really a goalie to help. Dinner would be really helpful. I would not be surprised to see him make a move for a goalie of Columbus. Who that is, I don't think it's number one. Unless you get like, can you try a Grubauer? That's it. I'm not sure. All right, let me check on something I gotta check. I was on mute. Sorry. So the Eric Johnson thing kind of just fills a spot for Walker, right? Somewhere in the lineup. It's obviously not a long-term solution. Are they playing Cam York regularly there? And what about what's crazy about Buffalo is they still got Ryan Johnson in the mix, like Bo Byram, Owen Power. Rasmus Dahlin, obviously. So if we look at Philly, if your number one center is Scotty, how does this team win anything? This makes no sense. Yeah, Jamie Drysdale out. Man. Stall. Wow. Yeah, York. Oh my God. What's bad about it? 4th round pick for. They're winning with junk. No offense, but they're kind of winning with like parts. Mark Stahl was so good in Detroit. I enjoyed having him there. Risto's junk. No, he's not good. But I guess Torts is getting the most out of him. York is good. York's a really good player. I don't know. Zamula's not bad. Great season for Torts, right? I agree. This is crazy. I mean, his career's blossomed. Tippett. So this has been good. Farabee's been really good. Morgan Frost in and out. Konechny is like, people are like, is he a franchise player? Wasn't this a first overall pick in the OHL, Travis Konechny? For him to have dropped, if you go back in his draft year, that was a total steal. Great pick by Ron Hextall. Noah Cates, Ryan Paling, Garnet Hathaway. I mean, Atkinson's been out a bunch, right? Couturier is arguably their best player. So that's a big comeback story for him. Did he miss 2.5 years? Only 35 points, though. Yeah. Woo. Man, how does this team do it? It's such a weird team. That's wild. Hard work. How do you outwork NHL players? It's weird to me. Like, oh, are you an NHL player? Yeah. How do you outwork other NHL players? But I guess it's still a factor, you know? So Konechny, great season for him. He's such a good player. Good year for Joel Farabee. Owen Tippett, 30 goal pace almost, right? 27, 28 goals maybe this year. Travis Sanheim, I always thought he'd be good, but again, he were at a minus 15, so that's just weird to me. Couturier, good comeback year for him. Good two-way player. Whatever you get from him, you're just happy. Lawton, is Lawton. That's pretty good for him. Morgan Frost. Wow, Tyson Forster's got 16 goals. I didn't notice that. And then Cam Atkinson's got 13. So they're getting it done by committee there a little bit. Walker's been real solid for them, so that was a weird move, but he's older, obviously. Is he 28? He's a 94, so he's 29. He'll be 30 this year. Ryan Pelling's what he is. Bobby Brink's going to be a good player. Yeah, Zamula. He's 23, 6'3", played for Calgary in the WHL, Hitman. Bunch of games in the AHL. He's just probably perfect time for him. Hathaway's an NHL vet. Mark Stahl's an NHL vet. Drysdale is the real key there. That's really unfortunate. He's another guy just cannot get his health in order. The great Victor Mete. Oh my God, this is crazy that they're even like not last in the NHL if I look at that roster. But so he played in Seattle. He's a big kid. He's a kid. Like if you look at his face, he's a baby face. Literally fought his way into the NHL. Old school that way. 6'7", took on all the remaining heavyweights. Too many fights in too little time. But he's shown he will do anything to be in the NHL. And there's gonna be a point where guys just won't fight him, or he'll fight the staged fights or whatever. Or, he can be an effective third, fourth line guy, maybe fourth. He's big. He skates pretty well. He can be a forechecking guy. And he's, at some point, guys are like, I don't want to mess with this guy. Like, he's a monster. He's 6'7". So I don't know. I think what he's done is he's done whatever it takes to get in the NHL. He's going to probably be on the Rangers for a long time. He'll be an inexpensive fourth line guy that you can rely upon to, he'll be what Reeves has been his whole career, except taller, like 6'7", right? You think so? I don't think so. Reeves is not young anymore, and Matty's got a lot of reach, and he locked out his arm in that fight. But ooh, what? Wow, Boston continuing to load up. Andrew Peeke is a good defenseman, guys, and he's not that old. What? How does Boston get these guys that are just like even on the block? Like normally you'd want to hold on to guys like this. What? So they get Patty Maroon. They get Peeke, who, Peeke might be able to play top 4 minutes on a lot of teams. Like, yeah, Zamula's good. He's like 6'3". He played for Calgary. He's got decent offensive numbers there. Not really translated so far, but not horrible. He's like a number 4 defenseman that can play a second power play unit. And he's 23. This is not true. It's actually not true. What's his short? I mean, Tortorella's been continuously employed on team for how long? I mean, he's won a Stanley Cup, right? The media doesn't like him. Players love him generally. So, what's his coaching career? 99 to 2008, Tampa. Rangers, 2008 to 2013. He was only short-lived in Vancouver, but Vancouver's hardly like they're just thin skin. Columbus, then the year after, 2015 to 2021, and then he's been in Philly since. You look at his career, he's not exactly taking years off. And he's been at teams for a while. Here. That's his career, man. What's crazy is that he was even in the playoffs with those Columbus teams. I mean, that's kind of crazy. "12 playoff appearances and 1 Stanley Cup. Pretty darn good. Since 1999, so 25-year career. Half in, half out. But they were nothing before this. Missed 1 year, loses job, but then he's like right back in the NHL. Missed 1 year with the Rangers out of 5, right? 4 out of 5. Vancouver, they're softies. That was like the end of an era anyway for them. Sure, his accountability would missed once, made 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 to 6 years there. And then Philly, he missed the playoffs last year, so now he actually has them competitive. Huh. One of the worst. The beginning of the Don Sweeney era was not good. Trading, was it Dougie Hamilton for 2 first-round picks that ended up being Zorbo and Shanishin? So they passed on Barzal. So that's the end of that, finally. Holy crud. Leafs are in La La Land. Oh, that's interesting. Boris. Huh. I mean, they're better with the two guys they got. That's not happening. So this is interesting. Toby, I think, is serviceable. He's not a big guy. He made the NHL early, and I think he's a good, competitive, smaller defenseman. I mean, I think this is pretty good. I remember when LA drafted him, and we were in Anaheim at the prospects tournament, the Western Showcase, and I was talking to Rob Blake, and Rob's like, yeah, we got to, get young guys. I go, your first pick's looking pretty darn good. He goes, yeah, he might be all right. He might be closer than we thought. And I think he's a serviceable guy. I just don't think he has like big upside. But that's, a cheap, reliable guy generally. He's pretty competitive. He's just like 5'10", 5'11", decent skater. He's going to compete one-on-one, but I don't think he has big offensive upside. So that kind of probably caught up to him a little bit. But that's not bad. That's a depth move, My God. Thank you for the cup. Agreed. And again, just commenting on this, Wade Allison would fit pretty well in Nashville. I think that he almost made the Flyers a few times, right? And Gurianov, like, I don't know what, maybe this is another Torts reclamation thing because he seems to get some miles out of guys like this. I don't think Gurianov's a great skater. Is he lazy? I don't know. Good question, but he can score when he's in the right position. Defense is always the issue. Defense is always the problem. I don't know. It's a weird one. Better start packing some freaking clothes. Let's see here. I'm on the road for a bit. Let's see. I feel like I'm missing pants. I like Peak. They all cleared waivers. That is crazy. These are all useful guys. I mean, I don't think Ronta is going to play this year, is he? I like Andrew Peak. I think he's been a reliable defenseman. He's, again, not big offensive upside necessarily, but he's competitive, right? Is he a Florida guy? Parkland, Florida. I mean, he's only 25. He's a big dude. He's already played 218 NHL games. Former Notre Dame, Green Bay Gambler. That's an interesting pickup. Let's see. What do we got? I'm going to look in the Canadian site for a second. I don't get the benefit of this. I kind of ignore it a lot. So what's really interesting, Sens get Kachuk from Hawks. So Boris has gone to Ottawa. Anaheim grabs Langeson. Weird. Andrew Peak for Jakobs Borrell. I mean, Boston won that one. What the heck are you thinking there? Oh, it was Zaboral and then DeBrusque and then Senishin. 13, 14, 15. Number 16. Look at this. This is crazy. So Jakob Zaboral is part of one of the worst drafts in history, maybe. Right? So they trade Dougie Hamilton. They get 2 first picks. Is this the one? I think it is, right? Is this the Dougie Hamilton one? Or is it Sagan? I can't remember. Zaboral, DeBrusque, Senishin. They passed on Kyle Connor. They passed on Barzal. They passed on Thomas Shabbat. That one's a little painful. I'm kind of surprised though. Like they gave up nothing to get an NHL defenseman. Like Peak is legitimately an NHL defenseman. Even if he's a 5'6", he's an NHL defenseman. Zboril is not. At least not in. Maybe he just needs a new opportunity outside of Boston, but weird. Man, we're coming down to the wire here. There's got to be something exciting coming on. Let's see. Pierre Lebrun. Who knows the most? Who's the best? Who do you follow to get your scoops? Elliot Friedman, Darren Dreger, Pierre Lebrun. So mostly minor deals the last little bit. I mean, Carolina right now is the winner next to maybe Vegas. I think Edmonton made a smart move, and Winnipeg. If Winnipeg can pull out one more defenseman, for Elliot Friedman. I don't know. Who do you guys think has won the trade deadline today so far? Right now, Carolina made a big impact. Vegas made a big impact. Colorado made a big impact. Frankly, Edmonton, I think, made a smart move. If they can figure out a goalie, I just don't know. Does Kenny do enough? Yeah, Frank Cervalli. I mean, Winnipeg has gotten Monahan, Toffoli. Can they get one more D? Do they need one more D? It would if they pulled off a Chikrin. I mean, then you're really talking, because then you've got a number 2 right shot, first pairing right shot defenseman, or he makes this really powerful second group. Takes some heat off of Pionk, who's not a big guy but can skate and move the puck. But if you have Pionk, I think Pionk's a right shot. Is he a right shot? I think so. But I think Morrissey's definitely a left. And he's paired with DeMello. That sound right? You replace, excuse me. Hey, Kevin. And Florida with Tarasenko was a good move. Who else did Florida grab? They grabbed Okposo. They could. Yeah. Well, I think Markstrom, I bet you, like, why would Ms. Lurkins not be available? It would make sense. I don't think Sarl's going anywhere. Nashville's saying, hey, we think we're going to shock people. They might knock off some teams that, Andrew Burnett's done a really good job. Didn't think he did I thought he got out-coached a lot in Florida. Doing a good job. Yeah, well, they gave him away for nothing almost. Like, it's the world. I don't get that. Like, who got Walker? Wait, who got Walker? Colorado, right? So Colorado gets Walker and Middlestat. I think those are good moves. Vancouver's done nothing. I mean, Vancouver's pretty stacked. I don't think Vancouver's in bad shape, right? They're the biggest thing in Vancouver, they've gotten goaltending. I don't love this lineup. Lindholm is weird. If you're going to play him third line, why did you even bother? Like, Ronick, Hughes, Cole, Susie. I love that Noah Juulsen's in the NHL, former captain of the Everett Silvertips. I love it. His career was derailed, unfortunately, with a puck to the eye in, I think it was Laval in the AHL. Seems to be back on track. When I watch him, I'm like, man, he looks good. He looks like I would have projected Noah Juulsen. Big, good shot, up in the play, tight gap. He's not giant, but he plays like, he plays tough. I like him. I love that Noah's having success again. Zadorov's a giant. So you don't really need D. You got Peterson, Miller, and Lindholm, and then you got all these other parts that contribute. I mean, maybe if you got like maybe one more offensively, but Besser is having a great year. He's back to the point producing Brock Besser of old, right? $64 points in 65 games. So JT leading Pettersson even. Damn. 84 points. Rangers gave him up too, right? Would they Pettersson, Quinn Hughes, great offensive year, even great. I mean, that's your captain. Besser, legit. Ronick, I think I've always liked Ronick. I was always disappointed when Red Wings traded him. Vancouver was a smart move. Now, what can they re-sign him for less than $8 million? They have to. I don't think Detroit didn't want to pay him $7 million, but he's a really good number 3 defenseman, number 2 defenseman, right shot, second pairing power play, and he's playing up and he's doing fine. He's not that old. He just looks old. He's got the beard. Garland's contributing some offense. Hoaglander's had a bit of a bounce back year, so that's good. Dakota Joshua. Did anybody realize this guy was a Toronto Maple Leaf? I had no idea about that. Fucking rain the eye. Ooh, man. It's a great question. Wow, they put Podkolzin in the A. Yeah. True. He's a mid. Yeah, he's like 11th or something. Is he higher than that? Why would you want to trade this guy? Like, wasn't he just the Vezina Trophy winner? Where would he go, though? Edmonton? He was like, I'm not going to Edmonton. It's cold there. You're in Boston, man. It's not like that's that great. I mean, how great is Boston? No offense. It's Boston. Come on. I don't know. Where would he go? Where would the lane? Why was it? Where was the Linus Olmark trade to? That's what I want to know. Where was it to? It's been quiet. I mean, the biggest thing is, everybody overvalues Lindholm. Yeah, Podkolzin's he's played 3 games. Archie Baines is signed by them. Wow, no shoot, that's crazy. So Demko and DeSmith. Smith's save percentage is pretty bad. The only reason they're such a good team, though, overall, they have depth. They definitely have offensive depth in Vancouver. So I don't know, who do you move there? Makhayev's been okay. The block? No, he just doesn't want to leave. He said, no, I'm not leaving. I don't even know who anyone in baseball is anymore. Who's Joey Votto? Is he a big deal? What is he? After signing Podkolzin in the minors, they have $1 million usable in long-term. Ooh, that's interesting. Is Buchnevich not going to move here? What's going on? Is this coming down to the wire? I was hoping Pavel would move. No offense to St. Louis. Oh, by the way, Colorado gets a very important person back. Val Nichushkin from his coke-fueled hooker party in a hotel. Where she OD'd or something. The Russians, man, they're out of control. But Nichushkin's a very good player. That's a big return for Colorado that we're not counting on. So you get Middlestad, you get Walker. Oh, you get Nichushkin. Imagine they got Landeskog back. Oh, there we go. See, that's a big move. That's like an underrated move. Yeah, I'm really curious to see when does like Kuznetsov, will he make a debut somewhere? His 1 year rating on his 7.8. Capitals are really dumping stuff, right? They're starting over a little here. Mantha, Edmondson, Kuzi. Okay, this is the. Have you you guys seen this? I didn't see this. Hi, my name is Kuznetsov. Trennan can score too, and he's a big guy. Agreed. He's 27. God, if Landeskog's right, that would be wacky. Are we downplaying how good Colorado could be? The goaltending's still a problem, though. Georgiev's not. I've always said, guys, I don't know. Go back and watch any videos that I've been on. Georgiev is not a number one. Oh my God. He looks pretty good there. He's got the same haircut. I like how his like jail tattoos. That's what that looks like. Holy moly. He looks like Comrade Kuznetsov. Kiviranta. Yeah. He's never really panned out. He had a really good kind of heroic role. He was. Toffoli was traded. We talked about this earlier. Whether he's happy about it or not, it's definitely short term, but I think it's a good thing for Jets. If they can pull off a D, they might be legit. Yeah, Jake Allen, whatever, man. You got paid. Well, Francouz was the guy. I don't think he's a number one. I think this is, again, a tandem situation. So who's that's where I think Colorado and Edmonton are vulnerable, right? If they don't get another goalie, like a Jake Allen to either of those would have been really helpful because he would have fulfilled that role perfectly, right? And I know Jake Allen's played 55, 60 games in the past, but he also had mental breakdowns and had to go home to figure out his life. So he's had, it's not been smooth sailing for him. And then he lost during the Cup year the gig to Binnington, who was coming up from the AHL, literally. For Landeskog? But that would be the $1 million for Podkolzin. That would be perfect. Yeah, Landeskog is a special guy, though. Is this the goalie? Yeah, this is the goalie, right? Wow. I saw something. Yeah, and this is what I was saying before, where people are like complaining about a 3 goalie system, but there's a reason. Like, there's math that shows you don't just throw a goalie in the NHL. It doesn't work. It takes them a long time. I have a call. Okay, guys, I got to jump on this other call. I'm going to put you guys on music, and I'll come back. Chat amongst yourselves. Enjoy the Podkolzin image, or not Podkolzin. All right, boys, what did I miss? Oh, I didn't even have it on mute. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I thought I was on mute. You guys heard my whole conversation. Boys, I'm sorry about that. What a terrible host. Can't believe I was not on mute that whole time. I feel so bad. You had to listen to, like, I was talking to the Russians about Kuznetsov. So that's interesting. Seems quiet. Isn't it funny? We were just talking about Roslovic. Like when you watch Roslovic, he looks like he's pretty good. It's so, but he's just like, I don't know. He doesn't bring it consistently. You know about my Russian developer dealings? I was talking to Kuznetsov. Oh my goodness. So Crosby to Colorado. Wouldn't that be amazing? This would be the best thing ever. If Sidney Crosby went to play with Nathan MacKinnon in Colorado for this playoff, that would be the greatest thing ever, I think. Interesting. Pens acquire Weber and a conditional 7th from Magnus Hellberg. Hellberg was in Detroit for a little while. He was okay, serviceable, like he's going to be a sub 900 goalie. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah. Yeah, this just didn't, I think the writing's been on the wall. I mean, the first guy to call it early that had the guts to do it was Torts. And then he did it again with PLD, right? Pens need a rebuild, and that's what you're seeing. I think that Dubas is going to give himself as many assets as possible. He'll try to do what LA's done. LA's built around the guys that won the cup, and they're still able to play at a high level. And he's still got good guys there. Like he could bring back Guentzel, or he could go after someone else. Like I think Dubas is a pretty good GM, guys. I think he's aggressive, and he finds diamonds in the rough. Like people that overlook either in the draft or in the minors. He's pretty consistently stocked Toronto with talent. That might end without him. He's had a very good year. He really has played very well. But he's a point-a-game guy now. Yeah. I know. Kuzi looks like Top Gun. He does look like Top Gun. Goose. I don't see any reason they needed to do anything. What they needed to not do was trade Jonathan Bergeron. Resist the calls because Jonathan Bergeron should be a top 6 in the NHL right now. I will stand by this. You watch this guy. He's so smart. He can score goals. They brought him up. They played him on the 3rd and 4th line. And what happens? He's got points. Look at his stats. He got 5 points in 9 games, 46 points in 41 games in the minors. Maybe. Is there time to do this? I mean, Kostin didn't work out. I think that was unfortunate. But same thing, like he might go, oh, there's our done shopping. That's too bad. David Perron isn't going to be there forever. Kane's not even signed for next year. I mean, this guy's 23, 24. If they're saying they're just never going to give him an opportunity, that seems weird to me. Like if you look at who else is on that roster and you compare what this guy is, okay, you're playing Daniel Sprong ahead of him. And no offense, but he's a more complete player, a better player than Daniel Sprong. He can score as much as Daniel Sprong, and he does other stuff. Now, Daniel Sprong shoots the puck really, really hard, and he's bounced around the league though for a reason. I think Bergeron has a much higher hockey IQ. I wasn't sure if he could play wing because he wasn't going to be able to play center. Although he could be a second line center solution. Like, he's really smart. He's just not big. He's got all the tools. Like, why wouldn't you want him? You don't like this? Very utilitarian. He's always had that haircut. It's like he's literally a bowl cut. No. Are you saying Pittsburgh, or are you saying... I agree with this. He is 100% getting an extension. Agreed. Absolutely. I don't think he is. I think he's a better shooter, and he can score. But Jonathan Bergeron can score. He's scored 18 goals in limited action and limited opportunity. So he can fulfill a similar role. Is Fabry here for a long time? Perron is not getting any younger. They'll probably do an extension. So Fabry's got 16 goals in 48 games. If you look at in limited action, Jonathan Bergeron, 9 games, 2 goals, 3 assists, 5 points, plus 4. 46 points in the minors. He's 23 going on 24. Last year, 67 games, 15 goals, 13 assists, 28 points. How is this different than Sprong? Sprong has 16 goals and not as many assists. You can play Berger in top 6, no problem. He's very capable and was penciled in to play with Lucas Raymond at the beginning of the year. He had a very good camp. If you watch camp, Jonathan Bergeron belongs in the NHL, but they have contract flexibility with him right now. He was better in training camp than guys like Veleno. Sprong, I thought, looked pretty good in camp. Fabry wasn't even in camp, was he? Perron's got 13 goals, 19 assists, and 32 points, and is a minus 11. So you got Fabry, you got Perron, you got Sprong. He's arguably as good or better than any of them right now, and with more upside. I love Robbie. I followed Robbie since he's 14. Played, GTHL, Mississauga Rebels, coached by Dominic Amodio. Love Robbie. Played against, if you want to go on YouTube, look at GTHL Championship, Mississauga Rebels, Toronto Marlies. You will see Connor McDavid versus Robbie Fabry at 15. It's amazing. Love Fabry, but just, he's injury prone. He's a smaller guy. He gets hurt. Bergen's really, really smart, high-end playmaker, can also score goals. And he's on your team. You don't need to acquire him. He's on a cheap contract, and the contract is the problem with him right now. For him, he almost needs to have a bigger contract. Pardon? What? Weren't we just saying you're wasting Thomas Hertl's career in San Jose? What? Oh, Colin Miller's a pretty good D-man. This is not, Jacob Chychrun. Come on. Imagine if Vegas misses the playoffs. Agreed. For sure. Get in, get some experience, call up Bergeron, call up Edvinsson for the run, but they're going to probably be they might go to the championship in the AHL. So that's also valuable. And I think that's what they're thinking. They believe winning breeds winning. So they'll let those guys, just like they let their other young guys like Rasmussen and Veleno and Ronek they're all had good runs in the AHL. Oh my God. Come on. This is nonsense. How dare they? If you were a general manager in the NHL and you like, oh, we don't want to give this up and stand pat, and then you look at Vegas, you go, Vegas rolls the dice literally every time and wins. And sometimes they don't, and then they do. They've been in the Stanley Cup final twice and won a cup in what, 7 years? They are the true Vegas team. But they don't pay the players in the playoffs. So how does a cap count in the playoffs? Sometimes you just have rules you cheat with. If you can make it into the playoffs without playing Mark Stone, you deserve to be in the playoffs. It's going to be a crazy playoffs. This is an accurate state. Like, you're just, listen, you guys are just sour because your GMs are a bunch of babies. Not Colorado. Colorado's all in on it. Landeskog magically coming back and they win. Come on. Just get Val to go on a bender with Russian hookers. Magically back for the playoffs, circumvent cap. It's going to happen. Yeah, Hurdle. See, this is what I thought. Hurdle is injured, right? So what is the injury status of Hurdle? Let's look here. Is it it's probably on daily face-off, right? All right, it's 3:00. Is the deadline over? Is it now 3:00 there? So the deadline's over. All trades should be in. Hurdle had surgery Monday to remove loose cartilage in his knee. Oh, that's nothing. So smart. Smart. How many GMs missed this? All of them except Kelly McCrimmon. Kelly's still a GM in Vegas, right? Well, the salary cap is still applied. Like, Thomas Hurdle legitimately just had surgery. Mark Stone legitimately is messed up. Kucherov was messed up. But the salary cap applies to when they pay the players. They don't pay the players in the playoffs. They make no money. They might get bonuses, but it's not guaranteed. They're basically playing for free. That's all bonus money to the owners in the playoffs. So if a GM is smart enough to deal with the owner's rules, let them. We have a hard cap. We have the most parity in any sport. So it obviously works. Our guys, moving stuff around, it's still no guarantee. This blows my mind. Who saw this? Now, what's funny is we just said we were looking at San Jose. If you go back in the video, oh, you're going to blow this guy's career is what I said. Logan Couture, Thomas Hurdle, trade them. Somebody heard. Mike Greer heard. Wow. Wow. There'll always be something, guys. We have the hardest cap in all of sports. There's no luxury tax. There's not this movement of players the way there is in the NBA. There's not like you cut players, you get capped, but you don't have to pay them in football. The system works in the NHL. It's pretty damn good. Cap's going up. Just learn to play the game. There got to be some gamesmanship between GMs. It can't just be all regulated. This blows my mind. Kess, you know what? Rutherford has a very good team. But this is annual. So this is prorated. So it's 8 million times the remaining games. And if he's on long-term IR, it's not 8 and 5, it's less than 8. It's like 1/4. His hit would be like 1.25 million against 5.5. If I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. So the math does work. They have 5.5 million, but they've got 1.25 that'll come out of it. That's the way I understand it. It's not the average annual value. They've already burned off that part of the AAV. Next year's interesting because then the cap goes up 4.5 million and then 5.5 the year after. You're saying the Canucks aren't going to win the cup? Thank God. I don't think I can handle it. Although this is not the Alain Vigneault era. All right, I definitely have to drop off here. So, wow, that's crazy. That is kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy, guys. All right, I've been on for 5 hours. You've been on with me. I love you all, but how does this wrap up? Where is the final deal? No Buchnevich deal? Who saw Thomas Hertl moving ahead of him? No Chikrin. Colin Miller to the Jets. That's a serviceable guy, but he's like number 5, number 4 type D man, right? Overall, how do you rate? Rate in the chat. Rate in the chat out of 10. How do you rate this trade deadline? Is it a 7? Is it a 9? Overall, for excitement, as a fan, watching this together for 5 freaking hours, I smell like I was at the gym, which I was like 7 or 8 hours ago. 6 a.m. does it count? Vegas had the thing dialed in. Like they said, Tampa, we will. Because Tampa had the Kucherov thing and now this. But Colorado's not done. Does Colorado pull this off with Landeskog? Wouldn't that be crazy? 8+, I agree. 6.5, you don't like it, Steve, but you guys made so many good moves. You got in Walker, you're bringing back Nichushkin. You got Middlestad. You had to give up Bo Byron, which sucks. You didn't get a goalie. Nobody really got a goalie. Jake Allen moved. That's it. Olmark nixed it. He Olmarked it. 7.5. What would you have liked to see different? Yeah, 10 for Colorado. Colorado, I thought, did a good job. Carolina did a good job. 7.85. All right. So now if you're saying who is the big winner, who's the big Hertl wave does no movement, wouldn't you? Zero tax state from California. You're going from 14 points in California for 50% of your games at least, maybe more because you got to play LA and you got to play Anaheim. So it's all 41 games taxed at 14% above state. So you're basically like, he's paying out like 50 cents on the dollar. And now he goes to Vegas for 0 for the rest of the year. They just gave him a bonus in tax rebate. That alone, not to mention his property taxes, not to mention dumping his house and getting whatever money he gets out of that. This is a win for anybody getting the hell out of California and going to Vegas. I'm happy with Colorado. Just a 6.5. I would have liked to have seen them get a goalie. Jack Roslovic for this is a low-key move. He's serviceable and he can flex up. So it's interesting. Habs are done. Vegas is the winner. Absolutely. Mantha, Hannafin, Thomas Hertl. The only other thing they could, and then they'll get Mark Stone back. They'll get Martinez back. Robin Leonard comes out as a third goalie. Can't keep getting away with this, but they do. And winners win and cheaters cheat, and cheaters are winners sometimes. But they're not cheating. They're following the rules. That's the thing. Like, we all complain about it, but when I really look at it, I'm like, well, what would I be doing as a GM? How much can I rev this? What if Vegas misses the playoffs? They're not going to have Stone down the stretch, according to this, the way we're looking at the math. They've been 500 after an early start that was fast, right? Ooh, what's this? What is this? I don't know. These weird things just randomly pop up on Mac. I don't think they have this thing dialed in. They have this too. I don't know. I guess it works. That's for all you guys. This is the thing. What if they miss the playoffs? What if they miss the playoffs and they've done all this? That's what's crazy. That could happen. I don't think it will, but you don't know. Mantha's played well, so that's extra firepower. Hanfin's healthy, so that's going to help them on D. even if Martinez is out to the end of the year. You might have Mark Stone and Martinez come in right in time for the playoffs. Aiden Hill, Logan Thompson that's a great pairing. I thought Logan Thompson was on pace to win the Rookie of the Year last year and then got hurt. Aiden Hill won a cup, exceeded all of our expectations. Who would have thought? That was a goalie that was in San Jose, right? Arizona and San Jose. Big guy, like shows you goalies take times. That's why they're counting, right? Like, oh, this guy's right because he's played 67 games and suddenly he takes a 20% bump in his performance. And he can play a lot more games. That's kind of the math. Incroyable. Agreed. C'est bon. Nicholas Tikobo-Pano. I love it. Incroyable. It was a great deadline. So Carolina did a great job. I think Edmonton did a good job. Now, they needed a goalie, in my opinion. That would have been the only better thing. They've got Pickard and they've got Skinner and Campbell. There's a big drop off after Skinner. If Skinner goes down, they're in big friggin' trouble. Skinner's a winner. Skinner won WHL championship. Did he win the AHL? I don't know if he did, but he's one of those goalies. And I didn't think he was going to be a great NHL goalie, but that's because I was a little there was a little bit of rivalry with Seattle / Everett in my brain. But now that I'm objective, or it's not, sorry, Lethbridge. He was Swift Current Broncos. When did he win did he win it with Lethbridge and Swift Current or just Swift Current? I think it was more like him and Carter. Now Carter's in a lot of trouble, unfortunately. So Bakersfield, he had a good run last playoff, I thought. So he's played 11 playoff games. Yeah, it was really the WHL. He had, the one run with Lethbridge, he had 20 games played. And then Swift Current, I believe, won the whole thing. And that's when he had 26 games. So that would have been when they won it. Stone will be 100% rested. Exactly. The Wild traded. No. Where did he go? I was going to ask if this was going to happen. So this is another former captain of the Everett Silvertips. Where's Connor going? Oh, no. Connor Dewar got traded to who? Probably good for him. Wow. A first in 2025, 2/3, and 17% retained. Hurdle at 6.7. That's really good. Wow. But they have a lot of cap open because of this, right? Listen, he's 30. Logan Couture should have waived his damn thing too. He's hurt, right? I'm surprised that Arizona didn't move a goalie. I think Ingram's like one and done. I think his peak has been peaked. Not Andrew peaked, but Ryan Whitney, the goddamn Vegas Knights. Ryan Whitney just said what everybody's saying. This is crazy. That is wrong. He would have gone to Edmonton and that would have closed the deal. How bad do you feel if you're Ken Holland? You still look back. You could have had Markstrom for $6 million, $7 million. Now, would Stuart Skinner have developed? I'm not sure, but ooh, good. So they've done their deal. But this is crazy, guys. Like Vegas is, I mean, this is wacky. Hey, defending Stanley Cup champs, all in on trying to defend. Now they just got to make the playoffs. But you got to think they're going to be juiced up. Like Barbashev, Eichel, Marchessault, Mantha, Carlson, Stevenson, Nick Waugh. See, it drops off quite a bit here. These are like the grunter guys, right? So now you could conceivably, and then you got Stone. So now you got Stone, Martinez, and Hurdle coming back in. So, easily you can bump Waugh down. You can bump Carlson down. You could bump Mantha or Stevenson. I mean, this is crazy. And then D, Hanfin, Pietrangelo, McNabb, Theodore, Hag, Whitecloud. Oh, and Martinez. And you got Logan Thompson and Aiden Hill. And you're coming, oh my God. Wow. Right at the 11th hour, too. Oh, it was LA. Well, I mean, wouldn't that have been helpful? Why would you not want to go to LA? Are you kidding me? Their only problem all year has been goaltending. So you got him and Cam alternating, just like you've got, and then LA probably would have signed him. And LA's okay. This is silly. This guy deserves nothing. This is crazy. This is like just some person that doesn't love himself. Because if you want to live in LA, LA is a bit of a mess, but all the guys live at Manhattan Beach. So they're all living in Manhattan Beach, which is prime. No. They want this to go through. And he's getting stuff cleared out of his knee. So maybe you always have to do that. If you look at this team right now, Byfield is totally panned out. Trevor Moore's having a great year. Surprised they weren't able to move Dubois, except he's a punk. Kaliev's a bit of a punk. Brant Clark's been playing forward, which is silly. But he's capable. I think he's going to be he's a top D back here. I think that's what you move back. So they're really deep down the middle. They got Turcotte, Fiala, Laferriere's been good. Quinton, Moore, and Louis. I don't know. You still have Anderson Dolan. That's a really good team. You've got Doughty, Waugh, and Gavrikov. You still got Brant Clark in the mix, and Englund Svensson. I don't really know if I've seen this kid. Who is this? They just signed this guy, right? But he's older, isn't he? They waived him and they signed him. He's 25. They liked him. I think they liked him. That's what I heard, but I don't really know a lot about him. Oh my God, no. Connor. What? I can't cheer for the Leafs, guys. But I'll cheer for Connor. Oh my God, this is wrong. And the scouts, let's see, high performance. Craziness. Holy moly, Vegas just blew everybody's doors off. The only great thing would be if they didn't make it, but I think it's really hard to imagine that. I think that they're going to have a great end run here, they'll keep layering in the new guys, like Hurdle will come in, Stone will come in, Martinez will come in. Doesn't mean they're going to win the cup. Colorado's no joke. Carolina's no joke. Kuznetsov might, have a burner. He looked like he was ready to play in that airplane picture. Wow, this has been crazy. This is really, I mean, leave it to Vegas. They rolled the dice and they won. The West teams look crazy. Edmonton just got a lot harder for Edmonton, but they have two superstars. All right, boys, I'm going to wrap it up. I just mentioned to our scouts that Dewar to Toronto. Let's see what the response is. Thumbs up. I don't think it's thumbs up. Guess he'll be in the playoffs. So, all right, boys. Thank you so much. The West will kill themselves. I mean, Florida. You still got Florida in the mix. I think Florida's no joke. You still got the Rangers are no joke. Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you guys for joining me. I know I haven't been on a lot. I will be traveling the next couple of weeks, but maybe as I'll try to come on at least once a week. This was fun. I really appreciate everybody joining. It's nice to see so many familiar people. I appreciate everybody in the chat. Florida, that's what I'm saying. In the East, like Florida, the Rangers, they're no joke, right? You always got to worry about Tampa, but I think their D is done. What else do we got in the East? Boston, you can't really do like Boston. No joke. Like if you look at wild card right now, you got Florida, Boston, Toronto. I don't believe in Rangers, Carolina, right? So you got Carolina. How is Philadelphia in ahead of Detroit? This makes no sense to me. Philadelphia, it defies all logic. That makes no sense whatsoever. Detroit does have 2 games in hand on them. They're in the wild card spot right now. It seems like Washington's done. New Jersey's done. That seems like a fait accompli. Pittsburgh's done. It would take a big run for sub 500 Buffalo. I don't see that happening. So right now, it's kind of like Islanders, Tampa, Wings. Can the Flyers keep winning? I don't understand how. That's a terrible roster when you look at it, but they got something going on. I guess don't undersell Farabee and Konechny and all these guys. But right now you got Carolina looks like a killer. Rangers, Boston you cannot discount. Florida might be the best team in the NHL overall. Vegas right now is just in the wild card, boys. Now, behind them, you got Calgary, Seattle, St. Louis seems toast. Minnesota's just waved the white flag. Arizona, Anaheim. So I think you're right, Intertap. I think the West is locked in. That seems like it's done. If not, it'll be a shock. Vegas has lost 4 in a row. Now, you're going to get Hanfin. You're going to, get Hurdle eventually, but maybe not during the regular season. So they got to still get, maintain that spot. So let's see what happens. Edmonton, I think, is going to pull off another little run here. Nashville is 9-0-1 in their last 10. Ooh, wow. I mean, that's a little wacky. Thanks, boys. I really appreciate everybody joining and all the ladies that were on there too. I know that only a few of you spoke, but we're always on. Bad matchups with Boston or Florida. It's going to be crazy. The Chushkin's on for the morning skate. This is going to be a crazy playoff. This is going to be crazy. If you look at this wild card, so right now, it would be nuts. So what do you have? Florida versus Tampa? Ooh, imagine Tampa knocked off Florida. Don't say that. Boston, no. It would be the Rangers versus Detroit. Is that how that would work? Okay, so that's going to be crazy. The East is going to be crazy. Maybe the Islanders sneak in. Right now, Detroit and Islanders have 2 games in hand on both Tampa and the Flyers. Boston's played 65 games, but they're not going anywhere. Okay, the West. Whew. Let's not pretend Dallas is not a really good team, because they are. Winnipeg got better. They're 22 games above 500. That's no joke, and they just got better. So they picked up a serviceable defenseman, and they got help with Toffoli. That's not bad. Avs. They've won a cup in the last few years. They got prime superstars. Avs look really good. I think the Middlestad move was underrated. I don't like them losing Bo Byram, but I don't think they're going to hurt because of it. They pick up Sean Walker, who brings a different dimension. They've already got Devin Taves, and they got Girard. What's his name? Is it Samuel Girard? Yeah. Edmonton, aside from the beginning of the season, kicking everybody's butt, and I think bringing in Adam Henrique and Carrick is real good. They still have Broberg. Like, if you look at Edmonton, there's a lot of pieces there. Connor and Dry, great year from Zach. Can he get 7 more? I think he's going to get it. Bouchard is a point-a-game defenseman, guys. Not just this year. Last year, too, right? Totally underrated number 1, number 2 defenseman. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins is what he is. Henrique slides in as the 6th leading scorer. You've got Kane, who's a nightmare, of course, for different reasons, but I think he'll be effective. Fogel's been what you would want from him. Ekholm is so good. McLeod's been good this year. Darnell, man, they're paying this guy $9 billion. But when you watch him in game and game, you want him on your team. That's your top 3D, though. That's pretty good. Cody Ceci, not a huge fan, but he's actually been effective for them. Corey Perry, hello, 9 goals in 33 games. So they already made that move. Kulak, I like. Carrick is going to be effective on the 4th line with guys like Derek Ryan. You know, Janmark's in that category. This is a very underrated defenseman, by the way. Vincent Desharnais. If you've not watched Vincent Desharnais, anybody would want him as your number 5-6. He's a monster. He's mean, and he clears the puck well. He's not going to get you much offense, but he's a scary, scary, scary person. Stetcher's serviceable. Good skater, smaller, undersized defenseman. He can play a 5-6 role, 7 guy to come in. Connor Brown's been a complete nightmare, disappointment, obviously. Okay, who's not in here? Holloway. You still have Bourgault in the minors, and you have Broberg, right? Philip Broberg. Pickard, numbers have been okay. But this is the guy they're going to ride, which is Stuart Skinner. Stuart Skinner is your key to the promised land. Would have been nice to get another goalie? Sure. Edmonton's no joke. And Vancouver, we've already been over it. That is a deep team. Well, the nice thing is you can always go to Vegas and watch playoff hockey if they make it in. They seem like they're going to make it in. They haven't won in 4 games. Getting Hurdle is huge. Maybe. I think Detroit is just trying to slide into the playoffs, give the guys experience. The best move was not moving Berggren, I'm telling you. Dewar to Leafs for a mid-round pick. Connor. If they make the playoffs. Yeah, listen, I think the odds are pretty much they're going to make it. It's pretty tough not to. Wow. Connor. Jeez. That's not going to happen. I don't believe it. I think this is going to juice that room up. I think Pietrangelo, the real Pietrangelo, will stand up. Mantha will contribute. And then they'll slowly start getting guys back. And then by the playoffs, it's going to be like all craziness. All right, kids. Happy trade deadline day. Thank you for sticking with me for 5.5 hours. As you were, I'm going to finish my packing. I'm going to have a shower. I'm going to get on an airplane, and where am I going? I'm going to New York. I don't know. That's where I'm going. And then next week I'm going to Vegas, and then I'm going to LA, and then back to New York, and then back to Nashville. So I'm going to be all over the place. I will try to jump on and go live. I've been crazy. I'm also watching my own games that I'm scouting right now in the Rocky Mountain District. So I got to go back now and watch a bunch of games from this morning that I didn't get to see because of this. All hockey, all the time. So if you think I'm not in there, I'm in there. You can follow me on Twitter at Pucks and Dreams on Twitter, Michael Devillano. Thank you for joining. I'm pretty active on Twitter every day, by the way. So for the most part, I'm either reposting stuff or posting my own comments. So if you don't see me on Hockey Nation Live, and maybe we'll coordinate, give us the scoop on my scouting trip. Okay. Maybe we'll go to a Vegas game. I should go to a Rangers game, a Vegas game. I should pop over to Detroit, and we'll go to an LA game. Anaheim, we won't do that, but LA, I think LA is kind of, without the goalie move, I don't see Cam Talbot doing the thing, but I mean, they're a good team. Quinton Byfield's a nice pickup there. It's like that, or not, like, having him pop through is great. Maybe Alex Turcotte can be the next one and fulfill his potential. That would be great for them. All right, guys, I'm going to let you go. I'm getting a lawn guy calling me. Have a wonderful weekend. Happy trade day, and we will see you next week.